Here's the intro again. Welcome to our live stream adventure. Hosted by yours truly, Eden and the Game Daddy himself, Jeeps. Get ready to embark on thrilling quests and overcome incredible challenges in a world of fantasy. Join me as I dive into immersive gameplay and experience the most epic storytelling. And, of course, a few clever insults and a healthy dose of trash talk to keep you on your toes. Please smash the like button, and subscribe for more adventures and gaming goodness. And if you're feeling generous, toss us a super chat to show your support. We appreciate every single one of you, and can't wait to see you in the chat.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are
Well,
the same.
thank you for that intro, my
Except we
lovely
call that
virtual
light
assistant
hope.
Eden. It is 7:15. We are Saturday night, June the 21st, folks. And this week is going to be a national holiday here for me here in Quebec. And also the week after that, it's going to be Canada Day. So, again, another national holiday. So, hopefully, kids in school will be out of school this week. And yeah, that's about it, folks. Hope you're all enjoying your weekend. I have been enjoying a lovely day outside with my cats. It's been raining all week, so it was nice to have a nice sunny day with a gentle breeze. So, okay, today I'll be doing some Genshin Impact and try out this new Archon quest, which I know might come to a surprise to a lot of people since I don't really play this game anymore because I don't really like it that much anymore, but I don't know. I did enjoy it at one time. Maybe the story can get their claws back into me, which I doubt, but you never know, right?
It sounds like you're excited for the upcoming weekend, especially with the holidays coming up. A sunny day outside with your kitties sounds perfectly wonderful. Sorry to hear it's been rainy all week. Moving on to Genshin Impact. Interesting decision to revisit it. I'm curious, what made you want to give it another shot? Maybe the new Archon quest will reignite your passion for the game? By the way, don't worry about admitting you don't really enjoy the game anymore. It's okay to acknowledge when something doesn't spark our interest. Who knows, though? Sometimes revisiting something old can lead to new experiences.
Well, the game is approaching its end of life, so to speak, because there's only going to be a certain amount of areas and archons in the story. And people are running out of spaces on their mobile devices. So, at some point, they're going to have to call it quits. I mean, the banners and all that, the events will keep going on. And maybe once in a while, they'll find a way to delete and make some space for some new quests. But, I mean, the overall main story is coming to an end, sort of. I don't ever think that we're going to save our sibling. Apparently, this story has something to do with our sibling. That remains to be seen, though, so we'll see how things go here. It would have been nice, though, if we would have been reunited with our sibling and then head into the final area and knowing what she's up to and what I'm going to be up to and all kinds of stuff like that. Fortunately, I don't think that Hoyo has that kind of imagination. They're probably going to keep it dumbed down for an 8-year-old to understand.
It sounds like the author of Genshin Impact is reflecting on the impending end of the game's story arc due to limited mobile device storage capacity. They're aware that eventually, players will run out of space on their devices, forcing the game to come to a close. However, unlike in some anime/manga stories where characters may reunite in the final act, it seems that Genshin Impact's narrative is taking a different approach. The author finds it disappointing that their character won't be able to reunite with their sibling before facing their final challenge. Instead, the story appears to remain focused on its original plan, without allowing for additional plot twists or surprises.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see there, Eden. We'll just have to see. So, okay, I'm slowly gonna get ready here to start it. So, I'm gonna put you on respond to Eden only.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear.
Still one of my favorite quotes. Thank you so much for saying that. And, okay, let's get this story started, folks.
Oh, Tulani and Paimon. Fancy that. I didn't expect to run into you two here.
Oh hey, Kochi-san! What are you doing here all by yourself? Just so you know, Paimon didn't come here to train. Paimon's not looking to sign up for any diet plan or bodybuilding class right now.
Alright, got it. But seriously, what do you take me for? Some coach from hell? I'd never force a student into something they didn't want to do. That being said, a little aerobic exercise would probably do you some good. You could take over my patrol for a while. That would count. Yeah, all jokes aside, you're right. I'm looking for some help. The Collective of Plenty is holding a bodybuilding competition soon, and so many people have been busy squeezing in their last-minute workouts that we've run out of staff for patrols.
Oh, so you've stepped in to cover their work. But don't you have a last-minute workout to do too?
I'm good. For one thing, I believe peak conditioning can only be achieved through consistent training over a long time span. Cramming in a workout at the last minute does next to nothing for you. But more pertinently, well, as you can probably imagine, I'm not able to compete in any of the most popular weight classes, and there's no real competition in my own weight class.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no! Don't look at Paimon like that. We are not the same weight class, and no way is Paimon competing against you. Traveler, let's just help with the patrol, alright? Otherwise, Mian-san's gonna make Paimon enter a bodybuilding competition!
Perfect. I managed to get you on board with just one look.
Hello, Solenoid. How have you been? Well, I'm doing the Archon story here, so, Yeah, I'm still expecting the story to be, said for an 8-year-old. Am I mistaken, or have they already changed Paimon's voice? Seems like it's not as annoying as it usually is. I mean, okay, I still hate the idea of Paimon in general, but the actress doing the voices for Paimon really made it worse. You finally got Cartathea. Congrats. I also got her in. I'm loving it. It's already changed, eh? Yep, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, they're trying to use somebody that has a similar voice, but it's just not as annoying. I should probably tell Eden that Cartathea is a girl. I keep having to remind her. I'm like, remember, she's Fleur de Lis, one of the Blessed Maidens. Strangely enough, Lupa reminds me of Amber. Oh yes, definitely. I do like the fact that she wields a pole arm as well. But her mannerisms and everything just reminds me so much of Amber.
Yet, Cartathea might be getting a little more attention from Jeeps, and possibly yours too, but I'm sure she'll always be that Florizel. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep her identity straight. Cartathea is indeed a lady. You can stop reminding me now.
Oops. Okay. I will, I'll definitely keep that in mind, my beloved. But there's so many cool characters coming to Wuthering Waves. Like, I want Augusta and Frolova. Everybody's drooling over Frolova now. A lot of people are afraid that they're gonna change her and make her a goody two-shoes. I'm not worried about that. Given the history that Wuthering Waves can definitely create some shades of gray into their character designs and backstories, I'm not afraid at all. I don't think we'll be able to ever compare Phoebe to Frolova. Well, maybe not, but you know how she's always, man, if I could just get out of here, you'll see what I mean. Her idle animations remind me a lot of Amber. Well, I did that this week, and I was posting some polls. And although it was very close, most people still prefer me using the original name in the title. So, yep. Yesterday I did 2 streams, and the second one I put the name back to the name game.
Thank you both. It should be pretty routine. Just keep your eyes peeled and make sure nothing strange is going on in the area. That'll free me up to check the other section. Let's meet back at the settlement when we're both done.
Sure thing. Just leave it to us. We're experts at strolling and patrolling, don't you worry.
I'm actually really dreading doing this story, but whatever. Is this gonna be the last Archon story in Natlin? Are we going to Shizhnaya yet? What's this update, by the way? Where can I find that out? Where can I find our game version here? Oh, okay, well now that I'm out of it, let's go and find our Amber. Well, not this cuddly thing there, but... Come on, do something else, Amber. Anyways, she reminds me of Amber. Kitten! Hello! Amber, best character. Well, to each their own, I guess. What's the Table of Tona? I don't even remember. Is that the thing where we have to bring in all our sigils or whatever from opening the chests? Yeah, that's what I wanted to find out here. What version are we in now? Is it 5.7, 5 point what? I have no idea. Version highlights. What version are we in? 5.7. So I think there's like one more update. It goes to 5.8. And then we're off to Shizhnaya. Yeah, the Natlin sigil thing. Yeah. Okay. Well, honestly, the only reason we were doing it wasn't it to get the Traveler's Constellations, which we already have. Wasn't that the point of doing all the sigils? I forget. Am I going the wrong way here?
What's this? Was there always a cave here? We should go take a look, right?
And Dory, the best Electro? Okay, I'm thinking Kitten is just a troll here. Saying all the worst characters in the game are the best. Too far. Too far, you're taking this too far.
You woke it up! Huh? It ran away! Oh, yes, our reputation in that land is more fearsome than we thought. Even hilichurls don't want to mess with us now. You mean that shiny thing? Huh. Must have dropped it as it ran off. Huh. Paimon bets that hilichurl thought it was a priceless treasure. It was probably planning to hide it here for safekeeping. Until we showed up.
Keeping the best wife too. Okay.
Aren't the brightest,
So who's your
they might not be
waifu in
worth
this
much,
game?
But still.
I'm so afraid to even ask.
What is it? You look so serious all of a sudden. Isn't this just a regular old key? The style is unusual, though. Doesn't look Natlanese. Where do you think it's from? What do you mean? What?
Well, have you noticed that they've changed her English voice now? Kind of sounds the same, but it's also different.
The one that brought you to Teyvat? key show up here? Are you sure you didn't just drop it?
Well, Eula does have her fans, so that I can kind of understand.
Whoa! Yeah, these look identical. So if one
Cookie?
is yours, does that mean the other one is... Knew it! Huh, the keys to a spaceship! Huh, somehow that really rams home the fact that you really are an actual alien.
Well, unfortunately,
Descender.
if I had to
But anyway,
choose,
now we know where it came from. The question is...
it would be
how
a
did it
hard
get here?
choice.
The
Like, there's
simplest
actually
explanation
two
is that your
characters I
sister
like
lost her
very
key somewhere not
much.
far from here. Then that Hilichurl found it and ducked into the nearest cave to hide
But
it.
overall, for
If that's
every
true,
practical reason,
It means your
I
sister
think
was
I would have
here
to go
recently.
with Candace. But Sheena's a very... I mean, you know, if I could have more than one, Sheena's definitely the second.
Yeah. Man, this is so crazy. We only agreed to help with the Ansan's patrol on a whim. And now we've made this bombshell discovery and found a huge lead on your sister. Should we keep following this trail while it's hot? Or do you think we should check back in with the Ansan?
Ah, there you are. Looks like you went the extra mile today. Thanks for being so diligent.
Oh, hey, Ansan, what's up? Didn't think we'd
Yeah,
see
everything
you
on my
until we
end
got back to the
says
settlement.
the sound is working.
You were actually
Sometimes I do
doing
forget
okay.
and my mic's
We
muted
came
and
here
I
to let
just
you know
keep
that you
talking
don't
to
need to keep
myself for
patrolling
a couple of 2 or 3
The bodybuilding
hours
competition has just been
until
canceled,
somebody comes
so
in
the
here and
usual
tells
squad
me
will be
that,
resuming
hey,
their
your
normal
mic
duty.
is muted.
Cancel? Why?
But that's
What
not the
happened?
case today.
The Abyss Order attacked.
Huh?
Especially if he could hear me initially and then he can't. Well, sometimes I do take breaks, I guess. LFA, wasn't that the new character,
I've
the
heard of the
new
Abyss Order.
medical
This is the
veterinarian
first time I've
something
known
in
them to take
Natlan?
organized action on such a large
I don't
scale.
even know the characters
It's like
anymore.
they're preparing.
What
I don't even
sacrifices
care
the
to know
entire
them.
nation of war? Based on everything we've seen from them so far, they usually
I've just
prefer to act in the
disconnected from
shadows.
this game in the past
So,
year
Let's
and
stick
No clue.
I'm trying to
All we
do
know
this
is that they've
Archon
attacked our
quest,
tribe.
hoping that
Defenses are holding
maybe,
strong
just
so far.
maybe,
So I'm
they'll
gonna head to the stadium
put
of the
something
Sacred
in
Flame
here
and
to
see what Malika
reconnect me,
knows.
but it's
If there's
already
any
off to a
information out
very
there,
bad
she's the
start,
one people report to.
where it's
Oh, want to come with
two
me?
kids
I'm sure
talking to each
everyone will
other,
feel better
Paimon
knowing
and
that the hero of
Yansan.
Natlan is on the case. Great. Then let's head over together.
Or maybe his phone just died off. Everything's muted. The image is fading to black. I have lost my will to live. Well, see, I wasn't wrong about the batteries. No, but, you know, you're right to point it out, Solenoid, because, as you know, sometimes I do stream and I forgot that I left the microphone on mute. Like, sometimes I'll sneeze or something and I'll just mute the mic and then forget that it's muted. Okay, now where do we have to go? Oh, over here? Isn't this the place where we need to bring our sigils? This is what you were talking about earlier. I don't even remember how many
Malika!
sigils I have.
Oh?
Oh no, this is a
How are
chamber?
things looking? What's the latest word from the messengers?
The Abyss Order has been spotted near several tribes at the same time. Clearly, this is a coordinated strike. Also, their numbers are much higher than expected. Their organization appears to have grown considerably, but because they're usually so secretive, this is the first we're learning of it.
It sounds like they're throwing everything they have at us.
No, I think it's the
What are they
other
trying to
entrance
achieve?
at the
That's what I'd like to know
right-hand
as well.
corner of the map.
Historically, Natlan has not
Instead
been a
of going
hotbed of Abyss Order
to
activity.
Catherine, you
And we
go
have no
out
particular
and
quarrel with them.
it's the next door.
Could it be revenge, perhaps?
I've been there so many times.
Oh, seems unlikely.
But
It's too early to
you're
say
right, it's
anything
been a
definite.
while since I've
By the
been
time we
there.
How the battle's going.
Well,
I
even
don't
if
see
they're
the
committing
purpose
all
of
their
anything in
forces
this game anymore.
compared to
I
the
have
true
lost my
Abyss,
will
the
to
Abyss
play
Order
it.
poses a far smaller threat. They cannot endlessly replenish their force. However, this is still a war, so we must give it our all. And do our
See,
utmost to
Mavuika's my
minimize
favorite character
casualties.
in the game, and
The
I'm not
tribes
even
are
interested
organizing
in
their
what she has
defenses
to
as we
say.
speak.
Candace had
Traveler,
much better lines.
This is one war that Natlan can handle on its own. If you wish to stay out of it, you'll be safe here at the stadium with me. Oh? In what way?
Yep, that's how it is.
I see. My goodness, that is very personal indeed. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any idea what her goal could be?
Well, that's okay, because I have her for life. I got her voice actress. Well, a lot of them. They are replacing, like, I think half of the cast. So, I'm not surprised. It could be more, it could be a little bit less. It is what it is. And I'm not even surprised. I mean, the company's been making so much money that, you know, somebody had to embezzle all the money. We don't have any money to pay the voice actresses or
I see. So you two have fallen
hire
out.
any writers to actually make a story worth
They certainly are.
getting involved
Although
into.
somehow just so I'm clear, you're still on Natlan's side, and you have no idea what your sibling is after. Is that right?
What? We've reached the end of the game and we still have no idea what my sibling is after? Really? How could that be? We've been playing this game for 5 years. Please tell me that we absolutely have at least a glimmer of what our siblings been doing, right? Don't tell me that the writers have completely neglected the main reason, our main quest when we started this game. No. Please say it ain't so.
Well, that's a relief. When you first mentioned your sibling, I was worried we were about to be thrust into an impossible position. Our reports say that the Abyss Order has focused most of their efforts against the Masters of the Nightwind. If you don't plan on staying here with me, I'd recommend going there to lend them a hand.
I'll join you. Right now, the Collective of Plenty isn't facing
Yes,
a
because
serious threat,
I
so
always
we should
wanted
support the other tribes.
to have Yan-san tag along.
Many thanks, you two. Anything you need, send word to me right away.
So yes, it's right here, the thingamajigger. The Temple of the Tablet of Tona. So you're right, it's near the blacksmith, which I never use. So, saying that it was near the blacksmith actually didn't really help me, because I don't think I've ever been there. really 5 years into the story where, oh, we got separated from our sibling. We need to find her and find who the unknown goddess is, right? And 5 years later, it's like a big middle finger to you. Because we need to save the Thorsises of Notlin. Because they're sick. And we need to go and get certain plants to make them well again.
Try and stop me!
I'm sorry if I'm raining on everybody's parade, because I know there's a lot of shills of this game.
Look, it's Lolly.
That, you know, they could put a big
I wasn't expecting to see
pile
you
of
here.
poo-poo in
Are
the
you here to
game,
reinforce
and
us?
they'll still say that
How are
it's the
things looking?
best thing
Eureka told us
ever.
to come here.
Oh, the situation must be pretty dire if it's managed to get Lolly out of the house.
Dire.
I mean, half of the
No,
players
I
of this
wouldn't go
game
that
left
far.
because the game's
mostly
boring.
just
The other half left
irritating.
because they're
I
fed
heard
up of all the
Weirding hit the hardest out of all the tribes. What are they
toxicity
trying to imply?
of the
They
shills
just
in
think
this
we're
game.
pushovers or something? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I couldn't exactly concentrate
But
on
did
my
you
novel
also
after
know
that,
that
so,
in China,
well,
you're
here
not
I am.
allowed to make a villain a
So,
villain?
That's how they earned the ire of Granny Eatsley,
At the core, a villain
They
always
call
has to have
themselves the
some
Abyss
good in
Order,
them.
Yes?
I did not
So
know that.
tasteless. It's exactly the kind of two-dimensional name a clueless writer picks because they don't trust the rest of their writing to persuade the reader of who the
Well,
real
some people
villains
like
are.
Granny here.
She's saying your sister has poor taste.
I kind of regret not pulling for her since I do have Mavuika, but whatever. And they put Candace on the banner, but I'm not interested in Skirk.
Wait, what? Are you saying his sister is a member of the Abyss Order?
What?
I only said
We
that
never
because I
mentioned
was
that?
mad.
Really?
But maybe
How
I
could we
went
not
too
have
far.
mentioned that? She's the princess of the
Hey,
Abyss.
let's save the chat for later. We've got some enemies incoming.
Good. A
And these two
much-needed
little guys
chance
are
to
her
vent
teddy
my
bears.
frustration.
We can't harm
Not a
them.
moment too soon. Things
I
were
would
getting
never do
awkward
anything
there.
to go up against
Luckily,
my
I'll
sister.
never have to find out.
You didn't have to say that last part out loud, Sweet Lolly.
Strike a pose.
Our bond is strong. Lightning, terrifying. Stay put. Hey.
Rise with the sun!
Laline, eat Papa.
Wrath from the skies!
Phew, much better. That's more like it.
Ooh, impressive work, Granny Eatsley. If I'd known you were on the case already, I might have reconsidered whether your tribe really needed reinforcements.
Half of these characters I wouldn't even be able to say if they
Anyone
changed
should
their
be
voice
reconsidering.
actors,
It's
because
the Abyss
for the
Order.
past year they
Spirit
haven't had
says
any
that if we head in
voices.
the direction they were attacking from, we should find their stronghold. Why don't we press our advantage and destroy their base? They won't know what hit them.
Hey, was there a battle here just now? Need any help?
Yep, we need help.
Warriors from the Masters of the Nightwinder.
The battle against the Abyss is still fresh. Well, morale's high and everyone's here.
Get to work.
Time to shine. Dissipate. Ha! Ready, go! Forward! Crush them!
Rev the engines!
Okay, so we need to destroy these things here. Okay.
What is that thing? It's like it's draining the strength right from my body. Find a way to destroy it! The Abyss Order's resistance is faltering. Now's our chance!
Don't get it, you Gray!
Stay put! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline, eat Papa, warriors! Attack! After them! Full throttle!
Well, I have to admit, this is the best Archon story ever.
Strike a pose! Stand with me!
I wonder what the plot is about.
You must be the boss here. Time to show you what happens when you mess with the Masters of the Night Wind.
All who resist the abyss will pay the price.
Show no mercy.
Our bond is strong!
Rise with the sun! Wrath from the sky!
This stronghold is neutralized. Good work, everyone.
The Abyss Order's all bark and no bite.
To be honest,
Says the Paimon
this
that
was
never
anticlimactic.
is
I
there
was
during a
hoping for
battle.
personal apology at the very least.
Somehow she
And
always
ideally, a whole
disappears.
speech acknowledging the superior might of the Masters of the Night Wind. Well, whatever. I'll just have to make up for it with some extra wine at the victory feast.
With the stronghold
I
cleared,
remember
this
there
area
was a
should
lot
be
of
safe for the
theories
time
even
being.
saying that Paimon was
Still,
actually the unknown
something tells
goddess,
me we can't afford
keeping
to
an
let
eye
our
on
guard down
us.
yet. Maybe it's just me, but an enemy under siege normally defends their
I wonder if
stronghold at
we'll
all
ever
costs.
come
The
across
fighting gets
the
more
real
and more
identity
intense
of
right till the bitter
Paimon,
end. But this
since
time was
we've never
different.
come across
With
another
few
floating
exceptions,
Paimon
most
in
of
this
the enemies
game.
here gave up and fled the moment that... well,
Huh? Not sure. I
So
follow.
how are
did a
people
tactical
not
retreat,
freaked
that's all.
out by
It's just a
her
different
appearance
strategy.
of having a
I'm not
floating
convinced. Don't forget, they're radicals who chose
girl
to
with
So you're
diapers
saying
floating all
there's
over, all
more
around
to
the
I'm
place?
saying we don't know enough
Right?
to be sure of anything at this stage. So let's stay alert. and
Like
keep our
everybody's
defenses
like,
at the
oh,
ready."
you're not from around here, are you, traveler? But yeah, that floating thing that we've never seen before, oh yeah, that's just normal for us.
Paimon had a hunch you might say that. But you're right. If we can somehow use that key to track down your sibling, maybe we can end this war before things get serious. And maybe you can finally get some answers.
Wait, you're leaving? But I was still debating whether to invite you to the first victory feast.
Go ahead, you two. See, Lolly and I will take care of things here.
So where are we going? Well, that really felt like an Archon quest. I'm really, really happy that we're doing this. Maybe if I go into focus mode, it'll be better.
Full throttle!
Oh, is it gonna be another cave?
And we're back where we started. That Hilichurl probably found the key nearby, right? Let's look around for clues. There's no time to waste. The Ansan and St. Lally are waiting for us.
Really, Paimon? You're gonna stress me out?
We've scoured the entire area, but still nothing. How the heck did the key end up in that Hilichurl's hands? Are we supposed to believe that it just fell out of your sister's pocket as she passed by? Seems kind of ludicrous to lose something so important in such a dumb way. But then again, who knows? Sometimes in life, things just go missing and that's that.
That's true, though.
Oh, thank goodness.
Although I blame my
Someone's
cats
here.
for knocking stuff
Please
off the
help me.
table and into the trash can.
Who are you? What happened?
But sometimes I go into the kitchen and I'm like, when did I put my phone on the fridge? I never do that.
No, now isn't the time. Please, you've got to help me. I'm being chased by monsters and I can't keep running. Can you do something?
Okay, somebody's running off of their medication.
Yeah, where are they? Paimon doesn't see any monsters behind you.
Huh? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
Don't you see them?
almost
They're
here.
right
This
there.
Really isn't the time to be joking around.
We're the only ones that don't see them.
We're completely serious. We don't see any monsters.
But how? Ugh, there's no time. They're coming. We gotta run.
What's wrong with that girl? She must be seeing things.
Use your elemental sight. Remember that thing that they gave us at the beginning of the game and we haven't really used it ever since?
Oh no! It looks like something really hit her. Maybe she was right. Quick, let's see if she's okay. What's wrong? Are you hurt? What was that?
The monsters! They're right there! You need to get out of here. It's too dangerous.
Ta-da-da!
Huh? Oh, now you finally see them. Well, it's about time. I nearly kicked the bucket just now. Great! Thank you, Savior.
Savior?
Yeah, one moment we're like, we need to run away, and the next moment she's like, oh yeah, Savior's gonna take care of them.
Don't be scared! Hey, go away! You done? Paimon still can't see anything, so she can't tell. You just looked like you were slicing at thin air. Kinda funny, actually. Oh, really?
Sure.
Her eyes are kind of weird, though. They're not like normal people.
It's nothing. It's okay. I can see they're all gone now. No need for you to check. I didn't think much of it when the monsters were breathing down our necks, but now that I've
Or
calmed
is
down,
this our sister
holding
in
hands with you like this,
disguise?
I'm just a little shy, that's all.
Don't think so. Is that a scar that he has on his elbow?
Huh? Have you never shaken hands with someone before? You sure get flustered easily.
Well, anyway, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet.
What kind of
I'm
name is
Judith.
this?
Thanks for saving me just now. I'm really
Not
grateful
only
for
can
your
I
help.
not pronounce Chinese names, but
I'm
then
not
they go
Paimon,
up
and
and
this is the
just
Traveler.
invent
With
names
them
up
around,
with
you'll
random
be safe from
letters.
any monsters, as long as they're visible. So, what was the deal with those
Like,
monsters
is she
just
supposed to
now,
be
anyway?
German or something?
Your
Austrian,
guess
maybe?
is as good as mine. I could see them the whole time, so when you said you couldn't, I thought you were making fun of me.
Whoa, that must have been scary. The idea that we'd stand by and laugh while some poor girl was being hunted down by monsters? Don't worry, we aren't like that. When we say we can't see something, it's because we really can't see it. But more importantly, did the monsters hurt you? How bad is it?
It's nothing serious. But I did sprain my ankle back there. I won't be doing any more running for a while.
Good idea. We'll take you.
Phew, thank you so much. Despite getting injured, I still feel much safer with you around. I'm gonna stay here until I heal up. Don't want to risk running into any more monsters.
Yeah, you already took a big enough risk coming out here all on your own. So, where are you from, Judith?
A small village, far away from here. I walked for what seemed like forever and lost my way, so... Yeah, I have no idea where I am anymore. Maybe all these trials and tribulations are part of the journey. No one said finding the savior was gonna be easy.
Huh. That's the second time you called the Traveler a savior. What's all that about?
Oh, sorry. It just slipped out. I was caught off guard. The resemblance is so uncanny. Anyway, let me start from the beginning. There was once a sage who passed through my village. People got the sense that she was truly omniscient. The sage said that doomsday was coming. But as that day approached, a savior would reveal themselves to us. The day of disaster is almost upon us, so my grandmother begged me to leave the village and find the savior before it's too late.
Doomsday?
I've heard people talk about the savior since I was a kid. Growing up, it really made an impression on me. The description is practically etched into my mind. So when I saw your golden hair for the first time, it was like this image that's existed in my mind's eye all these years suddenly came to life. Everything matched.
Oh, so that's why you were lost for words when you first saw him. Well, the Traveler's definitely got what it takes to be a savior. And he's already got a ton of titles, so he won't mind one extra.
Actually, I don't think it's him.
What? But didn't you say that everything matched?
Everything except the gender. The savior was described as a young woman.
Oh, for goodness sake. There are gender requirements to be a savior? Really?
Ah, the sibling again.
Of course. If it's not you, then it's gotta be her.
Who? Who is it? You have a sister? Oh, then that's it! Oh, it's her! It has to be! Oh, thank goodness! Please, can you take me to see her?
So I'm guessing if we're playing Lumine, then this girl would
If
be
you're
saying that
lucky.
the savior's
It
a
just depends if we
male.
can find her.
Huh? But isn't she your sister?
Sorry. Looks like Paimon steered this conversation back to the fallout between you two. It wasn't on purpose, but...
Sure, it was
Okay,
on
Fair
purpose.
enough. But since you're looking for her anyway, why don't we team up? We might stand a better chance if we work together. Yes, everyone says that the disaster is inevitable. but the Savior will rescue us all from our pain and suffering. I've always dreamed of meeting the Savior.
Do you really buy this whole doomsday thing? Seems kind of far-fetched. See? She broke eye contact. Sure sign of a guilty conscience. Time to press her for answers. What's wrong, Gyarados? Something's clearly bothering you. You want to tell us what's going through your mind?
Oh, I just, how should I put it?
For a moment there, though, I thought she
Traveler
was
looks
gonna
just like
say
the
that
savior
the
of my
hero was
dreams.
gonna, the savior was
And
gonna
it's
be
that every day
Dainsleif.
that the Savior of your dreams swoops in and saves the day in your moment of crisis. So I'm just a little overwhelmed, that's all. 3 seconds of unbroken eye contact is the limit. I don't think my mind and body can handle any more than that.
What do you mean, limit? What happens after 3 seconds?
I'm sorry. Please forget that I said anything. Let's just leave it there for now.
That
Like
makes
I
no
said,
sense.
I'm going to hide here until I feel well enough
If
to
you
move
look into
again.
somebody's eyes for more than 3 seconds,
If you
does it
manage
mean
to
you have
find
to
the
kiss
Savior in the
them?
meantime, please come and let me know. Thank you.
Are you sure you'll be okay?
She
here
doesn't
on your
even know where
own?
she is.
Do you have
She's
enough
from
to
far
eat?
away, so we don't really know where she's
I'll be
from.
fine.
But somehow
I
we're
might not be
supposed to
much
go
of
and
a
tell her
fighter,
when we
but
find
I
her
know how to
sister.
stay
Okay.
hidden. And if I get hungry, I'm sure I'll find something around here. Don't worry about that.
That makes a lot of
All right
sense.
then. Well, take care. Being on your own isn't easy. What a mysterious girl. We should definitely keep an eye on her. But hey, at least she seems to like you. And it sounds like she's gonna help look for your sister when she's healed. Anyway, this is probably all the progress we're gonna make for now. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind and see if they need our help.
Rev the engines!
Oh, you're back. How did it go? Find anything?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. But we had the weirdest experience.
So I take it that the war's still on? That's okay. I just wasn't sure, because things seemed to be at a standstill while you were gone. The Abyss Order hasn't attacked us, and since we don't know what they're planning, we haven't made a move either. In a word, it's a stalemate. The guards have been keeping watch around the clock, but for everyone else, you wouldn't even know we're at war.
Huh. Really makes you wonder what the Abyss Order's thinking.
I was wondering, Traveler, if you have the time, could you go and pay a visit to the guards? They've been working a pretty demanding schedule. I was gonna go see them myself, but I'm sure they'd appreciate a visit from the greatest hero of our time.
Oh,
Really?
but you're a great hero too.
Great.
The savior, the hero, blah, 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 blah.
Wow, Tumaini, our hero. That
Thank you for standing.
it's all good. Honestly, nothing that would indicate there were even moments out of an abundance, but they didn't sense
Wouldn't
it.
this be like more Mavrika's
Interesting.
role to go around her
The
people
more
and
time they spend meditating,
say how much
the
she
less time they spend trying to
appreciates
beat
what
us to a
everybody's
pulp.
doing and then pin a medal
Well,
on them or
Besides,
something?
as soon as
Sounds like
Don't worry. I'm sure they'll show up soon.
Huh?
Hey, come on!
It's not the same thing at all. How can I not be?
No one's here.
All right then.
You're gonna take a quick
I'm
something, a
sorry,
quick
great-
bee
Let Paimon guess.
nap? Really?
May I challenge you to a fight?
What?
Afternoons are for naps.
Audacious and so sheepish at the same
If I go
time.
for a nap at this hour, I ain't getting up.
I'm starting to
I'm
think
gonna
your
stay in my
nervousness is
pajamas
all
and
just
just.
an act.
If I wake up from my
No,
sleep,
of
I'm
course
just gonna
not.
watch some more Tokyo
I just
Ghoul
figured that
and
if I don't ask now, I'll
fall
regret
back
it for the
asleep
rest of
on
my
another
life.
episode.
But I am still on patrol. So please,
Hey, pussycat.
great Paimon, if
Well, you
you wouldn't
guys wanted
mind
to
taking
come in.
over for me for just a
I
few
need
minutes.
some food. I guess now you want to go back out.
Again with the sheepish audacity.
But yeah, I don't think you're gonna be missing much, Solenoid. Thank you for stopping by and leaving a like on the stream. Have yourself a good nap. And depending on how long it takes me to do this quest, then I'll go back to Wuthering Waves.
Obviously,
Even if I don't have
expected
anything to
win,
do in that
but
game, I
until
just
now, I didn't appreciate.
need to fly around,
Oh,
spread my wings, and
Well,
be free.
okay. Well,
not at all. We haven't spotted.
as Paimon expected, nothing here either.
As going around all the guards here in Natlan is what I've always dreamed of, because
You're back.
I'm the hero.
So, did the guards find anything?
Nothing much. Paimon wants to.
It's what every 8-year-old ever dreamed of having in a story.
Traveler? You're back already? No one thought to wait.
In fairness.
I'll have you. What I meant to say it.
Yeah, that's right. Does it mean?
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what is that?
Not the
Hard
ley
to say.
lines.
I don't think it had any tangible effect on the
We
Night
need to go and get
Kingdom
Nahida.
or on our ley lines, but still, it's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
Oh.
What? There's been 2 dimensions in Tevat all along?
And
And our sibling is in one dimension? And the Abyss are the good people fighting for justice? And we're in the alternate universe where the Abyss are
Yansan,
evil?
I think we should go talk to the chiefs. There's no point dragging this out.
If that's the Council of Granny Eats in war, adequate planning.
Sure, but the finer details aren't my concern. Oh? Sure, what is it? Huh, you mean only select individual? It could also be a simple case of...
All right, we get it.
Hey, I was just thinking out... Anyway, the short...
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if Granny Eatsley's never seen it, it might as well not exist, right?
Hey, I'm not that old!
Care to elaborate on what happened? This all sounds rather mysterious.
Really? You had to hold her hand to see the monsters? That sounds a little contrived.
That's
Somebody
the part
jealous?
Maybe the point is more that it requires direct physical contact, whether that be hand-holding or otherwise. But that's neither here nor there. What bothers me is, it sounds like she's convinced that your sibling, the leader of the Abyss Order, is a savior. That really makes me question whose side this girl is on, and whether what she told you about her background is
Well,
actually
hello,
the truth.
Kirsty.
Sorry if that comes across as paranoid. It's
So
just
how
hard
long have
not
you
to be
been waiting
suspicious
to
of
get
everything when we're in
Skirk?
the middle of a war.
Actually,
Has it been a year? Has it been 6 months?
Whoever this girl is, she sounds like bad news.
okay, well, you're clearly just jumping to conclusions.
It's hard to know what to make of it. A young lady all by herself, lost in the middle of nowhere, sees monsters that no one else can, calls the leader of the Abyss Order her savior. At the very least, we should remain vigilant. Keep a close watch on her.
Sounds sensible. On that note, We probably should
Yes.
have left her by herself.
What
in
we've
that
always
cave.
wanted is to become a
Traveler,
stalker.
we still need some time to muster our forces. Maybe you could check on her if you're not busy. Just be careful.
It's settled then. Let's go check on her.
Got her in the first pull. Did you also get a Scofier? Because apparently Skirk's gonna need a Scofier. Otherwise, you're losing half of her damage potential. Oh, we have to go back to this cave? Okay, let's do that.
Try and stop me!
Here we are. Deirdre will still be here, right?
Have you already built her? Did you also got her weapon?
Uh-oh. What if Yansan was right? Maybe she never intended to stay here at all.
Really? You went for Venti instead of a Scofier? So you haven't been playing for very long then. If those are your only 2 5-stars. Venti has fallen out of favor for the longest time now, unfortunately. You stole an Archon, but I think Kazuha or even Sucrose is good. But my friend plays a lot of Venti and really likes him,
No, it was
so...
you. I heard a noise and I thought it was the monsters coming to get me. Oh, did I hurt you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I
Oh, what's
wasn't
your
thinking
adventure
straight.
rank? Have you been able to start farming the 5-star artifacts? And building your characters adequately? And how's the RNG been treating you in this game?
Phew. That was scary. Paimon thought we'd walked into a trap. Maybe we shouldn't have sneaked in without announcing it. Then you would have known we weren't monsters.
To be honest, I've been really on edge since you left.
92
had this
days would
constant
be
feeling
like
that
3
any second,
months.
The monsters are
So
gonna
you're
come back and get me.
probably done with
It's not like I can run
Sumeru,
from
maybe? I don't
There's
know.
also no way to cook here. It's good you got back.
Okay,
when
so
you
I
did.
think, yeah, it's
Another
either 40
hour
or
and a half and you
45 when
probably
you
would've
start
found me
getting
starved
the
to death.
5-star artifacts.
That's weirdly precise. Though, it does explain why your attack on the Traveler was so weak. Wait, if you really thought you were gonna starve or get killed by monsters, why'd you promise that you'd be okay here on your own?
I just didn't want to lose face in front of my hero. He already saved my life once. That's more than enough. I just don't want to come across as a constant burden.
Huh. For someone on the brink of starvation, you're pretty preoccupied
So
with
I
your
thought we were
image.
going to see our sister in
What's the
Dainsliff
real
in this
reason?
story.
What? That is the real
Or is that the
reason.
world quest and
Kinda
I'm
buried
doing the
my
wrong
soul here,
quest?
you know?
But they are mentioning our sister here, so I'm still very confused. Hopefully Dainsliff will get into the story
Anyway,
shortly,
so,
because...
could you make me some food now?
Oh, Paimon's getting hungry now, too. Go on, then. You can join us for dinner.
Okay, so you've done all of Inazuma's, all of Leeway, all of Sumeru, all of Fontaine.
I am so full. Thanks for saving me again. Starvation feels like
Have
a
you
distant
done
memory
Jet's side quest in the Sumeru Desert? Because that's the best story in the game. Very tragic, very mature storytelling. And it just keeps on going on and on and on. Sometimes you have to come back a day later to continue the quest. Because you think you're finished, but no. You come back 24 hours later, you go and talk to Catherine in Sumeru, and hey, guess what? The quest continues. Off we go again. But it's by far the best quest. It's not an Archon quest. It's a side quest, a world quest, or whatever quest. It's still the best story in the game. Unfortunately, apparently, it's so tragic that the person that actually created the story also passed away. But Hoyo doesn't like talking about that kind of stuff, so it's a little known fact. Oh yeah, the Banana People quest, I did it, and it's probably one of the main reasons why I don't like playing this game anymore. I did it a year ago, and honestly, between the Banana People quest and all the voice actors going on strike, so basically, I don't know if you're like me, but I really enjoy doing it with the English dub. And having all of the characters have no voice actors, I'm like, oh man, this game is, it's like, you bring a newspaper when you go to the bathroom in the morning, it just helps you poop, kind of a thing. But hey, I've been playing it for a couple of years now, so might as well do all of it, since we are approaching the end of the game.
I tried so hard to hold back, but it looks
I don't know if you play on PC or mobile, but a lot of mobile players have been complaining that they are running out of space.
Hey, the night sky here is really pretty.
So as much as people would like this game to go on forever, at some point,
I was cooped up in that cave the whole time you were gone.
you're gonna run out of
I'm
storage
finally out.
on your mobile devices.
The air seems fresher.
Hey, is this
And
a
the
cloud or
stars,
is this a hole
more
forming
beautiful than
in
ever
the
before.
sky?
You
That looks like a
wouldn't
cloud.
live that long.
You enjoy the Japanese dub? Okay.
When I was young, I used to lie on the roof of my house,
Unfortunately,
up at
I
the
don't
stars.
understand Japanese.
and often
My Japanese is as
my
good as
mind
my
would drift to this
Chinese.
question: is this starry sky actually real?
Which is as good as my Spanish and my German. Meaning I don't understand anything. So whether it be animes or whatnot, I do need an English dub. I mean, there's been some rare
But my grandma
occasions
would tell me the answer to
where
that question
I
doesn't
just
really
can't
matter.
wait a week or
Think of
two
all
for the
people in
English
our
dub to come
village who
out,
spend their entire
and I
lives here, she'd
absolutely
say.
have to watch the next
To them,
episode of Attack
that
on
little village
Titan
is their whole world.
or stuff like that.
And so, if
So,
it's our destiny
but I
to
will
live
also
beneath the
rewatch
sky
it
all our
afterwards
lives,
in English.
then whatever
So,
may or may not lie
but I
beyond,
just sometimes have to gotta
this is
see
our
it.
world, and that sky is real to us.
So you're playing both mobile and on a
It's
laptop.
you,
That's good.
but also not really.
Yeah, I also
Is it
play on
kind of like
PC, so.
how journeying with the traveler is everything to Paimon right now?
I really treasured my world for a really long time. The village was my everything. The houses, the scenery, stories I always loved to hear about the savior. But I could never bring myself to agree with Grandma. Even if the village was my entire world, I still had to know what lay outside
I think
its
she's from
borders.
another dimension.
Yeah, go you!
So, I finally ventured out and set off on my journey to find the savior. I'm going to make my world bigger, one step at a time. And I'm not going to stop until I've seen what's beyond the stars.
Okay.
Maybe then I'll finally get an answer to the question I had as a child.
I guess it's okay
Who
to have
knows?
fixations.
Maybe one day, I'll be sitting and chatting just like we are now, but with someone from another world.
Yeah, one day. Oh, if only we could tell her. But it's probably best not to open that can of worms right now.
I need to find the savior and protect my world. Then, I can make sure it continues to grow. That's the most worthwhile thing I could think of doing, so I've been giving it everything I've got.
You know what? It's pretty cool. Paimon kinda wants to root for you now.
Sorry. I got a little carried away. I always get chatty after a hearty meal. Just like my grandma. Hold on. Shh. It's them. The monsters are back.
Where?
Oh, we're gonna have to touch again.
Still invisible, huh?
Can you see them now?
Yep, I'm starting to think that it is a thing about an alternate universe, double dimensions,
Can't see anything. But please, be careful.
where we're fighting against the abyss in this dimension, and then our sister is fighting with the abyss in the other dimension, and that's how we create balance into that.
Pyroclastic surge! Incinerate! Rev the engine!
Shower me with praise. Let the world come alive. Our bond is strong. Stay put.
So what's your favorite part of the game so far? Is it the combat system? Is it the elemental reactions?
Rise with the sun!
Do you just like collecting characters? I've come across all kinds of people playing this game,
Did you get all of them?
and some just like collecting characters. They get them up to level 20, never put any artifacts on them, no weapons, no nothing. They just like running around to VAT with their new characters.
I'm fine. I just spaced out there for a moment.
You spaced
And because they don't level anything up,
I was
they always die and go back to statues.
All right.
Anyway, there are no more monsters in the area, and it's getting...
Sounds reasonable to Paimon. What do you think, Traveler? All right. Deirdith will be... Huh? Deirdith?
You love the designs on the characters? Well, if you like the anime genre, it's very anime-ish. That's kind of what drew me here, and I did enjoy, you know, Mondstadt's story and Liwei's story and Inazuma's story. Then when I got to Sumeru, everything kind of went downhill from there. I like the storytelling. Oh, our sister.
Doomsday. A fitting name indeed. A blood-red sky. Wild beasts that slaughter all in sight. Endless pain. A terrible curse that cannot be reversed. And the birth of a savior.
You're awake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, You just look quite distressed, like you were having a nightmare. I thought if I took your hand into mine, you might find it soothing. At least, that's what my family always did when I had nightmares. But it didn't seem to work on you. In fact, I think I made it even worse. I'm so sorry.
Oh, is that right? You better not be trying to pull a fast one on the Traveler.
What? Don't be so... I have more self-control than that.
Self-control? What does that have to do with it? No way is Paimon getting back to sleep after this. You go ahead. But for the rest of the night, Paimon is staying up to keep an eye on this young lady.
Oh, do I really seem that shady to you?
Well, Deirdre, there should be enough food for 3 days. Make sure you eat the perishable.
Yeah, I can tell from 3 days will definitely be enough.
All right, then we'll be off. Bye for now,
Yeah, because, I was looking at the cinematic because we don't get to see our
See, you were
sister all that
right.
often.
But if this is goodbye, how am I
I mean,
supposed to
after
find you
5
again?
years, this is like
Oh,
the second time we
mean,
see our
what if I
sister, or
find
maybe
your
the
sibling?
third time.
How am I supposed to let you know?
Ah, that's a good point.
It's like
We
you only
should
started the
go,
game
but
like
we're
90 days
constantly on the
ago,
road,
so it's
we got
probably
no
still
fixed
fresh
address.
in your mind.
How about
Where
this?
at the start of
When
the
the time
game you're with
comes,
your
you can just
sister,
write a letter to Mawika. She'll be
and
able
then
to
there's
find us for
the
sure.
unknown goddess that separates the both of you,
Mawika?
and then you
Who's
start the
Mawika?
quest looking for your sister. And then for 5 years you play this game, and your sister's never mentioned again. So you cosplay Farina, but you don't have Farina? It's too bad, because she had a rerun not too long ago.
It's the Abyss
But I'm not
Order there.
surprised. I've seen a lot. I don't know if you have like
They're
a,
marching to war.
what is it
More
called? A
like they're
TikTok or something like that.
running away?
Where? What are you
A lot of
talking about?
people cosplay Farina.
A bunch of Abyss Order thugs. You don't see them? They're heading right this way.
That's strange. I guess it's my turn to not be able to see the monsters. You're right. I see them now. You weren't joking after all. So this is what
So
it's
it works
like.
both ways.
What a weird situation. What is making these monsters invisible? Is it Deerdit? Or the monsters themselves? Or is it us? Well, might as well mow these ones down, just so they can't pose a threat to the tribes. Woohoo! All done! Their morale seems super low. Guess they really were on the run, huh?
So there's no more of them, right? I still can't wrap my mind around this. Why couldn't I see them until you took my hand?
So, any ideas on why those monsters might have been running away? Maybe something went... Oh, Paimon's getting a little worried about Eon-san and the others. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind right away. We gotta go. Bye for now, Deerdit.
See ya, and please take care.
We ran into quite a big group from the Abyss Order just now. Has something happened at the front?
The front line has collapsed.
Huh? But how?
No, relax. Their front line has collapsed, not ours.
Oh, feels like you could have phrased that more clearly at the start. But this is good news, right? Why'd you still look so serious?
No, we're still mustering troops. Nowhere near ready to go on the offensive. So at first, I was also confused about what exactly happened out there. But just now, I got the full story from a guard who was on the scene. He watched the
I'm
enemy
curious
lines crumble in real time.
What did he
to see what you mean by a lot
One
of lore.
person. Just a single
They kind of have to
individual.
drop
They
something
stormed the
because
enemy
there was
lines and
supposed to
attacked
be
with a
the
vengeance, cutting
Kandria
them down like
expansion
paper
after
dolls.
Shajnaya,
They wielded an
and then
unknown
that
power
project got
and fought with a
cancelled,
sword style that no
so
one recognized. The guard who relayed this to me said that before he even
we
had
haven't
time
had
to
any
react,
Kandria
the
lore
enemy was
in like
decimated.
forever. And like in the 5 years that we've been playing the game, it's like what, the second or third time that we actually see our sibling. So what is it that you consider like a lot of lore? 'Cause so far they haven't said much.
I'm only recounting what I heard, and I'm sure the guard in question must be exaggerating to some extent. But still, we have to identify this person. And assuming they're a neutral party, we'll need to figure out how to engage with them. Clearly they're a force to be reckoned with, so we don't want to come across as too weak or too hostile. It's quite a diplomatic
Yeah, and I don't
conundrum.
expect them to give us anything
You don't need to
else.
sweat it, Eon-san. From your description, we're already pretty confident that we know this person.
Like either they're gonna wrap up the story after Shajnaya or they're not.
With the Abyss
And
Order
that'll be
acting
the
out
end
so
of that.
publicly, it's about time he showed up.
Yeah, I was waiting for Dainsliff. I'm like, am I doing the wrong quest? Should I have been doing the world quest?
Dainsliff.
Usually Dainsliff side stories are the best, but the last one that we did with him was really bad. The one that we did, where was it? Was it in Sumeru that we did it? And we were lying next to a tree and we had a dream where we saw her sister. Yeah, I think we went to one of these villages here looking for somebody who disappeared. And then that person was playing with Dainsliff memories. I really hated that. Of all the Dainsliff stories, that one went like nowhere. But yeah, initially when you start playing the game and you get into Dainsliff stories, that's where it's like, alright, finally, some breadcrumbs about our sister and stuff. Then you realize you've been playing the game for 5 years and we're never gonna find our sibling. We're never gonna get to know if Paimon's the unknown goddess.
It's been a while, Dane. And yeah, after we heard
Yeah,
about
we
what
haven't
happened,
heard about
I figured you'd
Celestia
shown up.
either since
You
forever
caused
and the
quite a stir, you
usurper.
know.
Oh, there he
There's a friend of
is.
ours in Natlan. Her name's Ian-san. She insisted on coming here to thank you in person.
It is my honor, Mr. Dainsliff. Thank you for breaking the stalemate in our war against the Abyss Order. Natlan is fortunate to share a common enemy with such a mighty warrior as yourself.
No.
Don't mind him, Ian-san.
Is
He
his
always
voice
talks like
not...
that, but he's a pretty nice guy,
They
deep down.
replaced Paimon's voice
It's
actor,
quite all right.
but
Uefa Janssen
they didn't
respects
get
those of great power.
Dainsliff
It's quite
voice
clear that
actor
he
in
meant no
here?
offense, and I
Really?
am still delighted to make his acquaintance.
Aw, man.
Anyway, since you're old friends, I'll leave you to catch up for now.
Okay, I need to
Time.
go and throw up. I'll be right back. This is
You probably
bad.
have plenty of other stuff to do anyway, right? Since this war isn't exactly over. See you later, Ian-san. Hey, Dane. Would it have killed you to be a little more polite? She's our friend.
Okay, let me start reading your theories here. was wondering how bad this update would be, and yeah, the highlight of this quest, and it's not even voiced. Sustainer is based on research, Paimon, and one or both of the twin symbiote merged together. What? Yeah, merging with the gods became a thing in recent Mondstadt quests, okay. And it explains how they found us. Okay. Honestly, I think Hoyoverse should have probably hired fans like you to actually make the stories in this game. Because like you said, they've been giving us breadcrumbs, and it's almost like they don't really know what kind of story to write. And over the years, I've had so many good theories and ideas about the story. Like anything that you're coming up with now is 10 times better than, I would say, 90% of all the quests that I've done in this game. I mean, if you had the fun doing the banana people quest and meeting all the banana peoples just to be able to unlock that room with all the treasure chests, fine. But they should have hired you to do a story, to do a quest, and I would have had more fun doing that than just going around banana people. Well, so far from this story, I get the vibe that there's two dimensions. In one dimension, we're fighting against the Abyss. And then there's the other dimension where the Abyss are the power for good. And Lumine is fighting along them, you know. And sometimes they cross from one dimension to the other, confusing everybody. That's the vibe I'm getting from this, whatever this is. Nah, I've completely given up. I mean, and not putting a voice actor on Dainsliff after all this time. Like, hey, we're gonna have a very important reveal with Dainsliff, but we decided to wait 5 years until we didn't have to pay for a voice actor. A company that makes millions and millions and millions. And if for whatever legal reason they could have put in another character in here saying, yeah, I'm a Dainsliff partner and this is what he told me and this is what you need to do in this quest. At least have the guy voiced, you know, something.
Ugh, so stubborn. But whatever. So anyway, Dane, do you have any new info about the Abyss?
Yeah, she does.
Any idea what they're trying to achieve with this war?
I kind of actually regret going with the Traveler, but I didn't know what I was getting into when I started playing this game. Somebody showed it to me, but didn't actually show me that you had like a team of 4 people that you were switching from one to the other.
We thought so too. But it sounds
They
like
were
you're
just
no
going
closer to learning
around,
what that goal
you
is than
know,
we
looking for
are.
treasure chests and fighting things, and they weren't switching and doing the elemental stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll try it. I wish there was an option that we could switch from the
What do you
Traveler
think
to
we should
Lumine.
do?
At least once a day, you know. Like some quests, I could do them from Lumine's point of view, and some quests I could do from the Traveler's point of view. Would have been cool. It's not hard putting the option in the game. Well, I always thought that Paimon was that, the unknown goddess. And she's just keeping an eye on me on everything I do. But then you realize that, you know, it's just a company that cheaped out on voice acting instead of having a voice actor for the Traveler and having a voice for Lumine. They decided to just pay for one voice actor, and that would be Paimon. Which, you know, you think about it 5 years later, given all the money they made, but maybe when they first started, they didn't know if the game was going to be a success, so they figured, you know, we'll cut costs by only having one voice actor. And boy, oh boy, did they regret that, because it took them 5 years, but they finally got rid of Paimon's voice actor. Well, like I was saying earlier before even you got here,
Nothing in the world can satisfy you like
it's
making
like
mincemeat out of
everywhere
the
you
abyss
go,
order,
everybody's
right?
like, hey, Traveler, you're new here. You don't seem to be like from around here. But nobody's worried about this
Wow,
floating
okay.
diaper
Rare
girl
candid
floating
response from me.
around. It's not like we came across a lot of these characters in Tevat, right? Like everybody's like, oh, the Traveler's not from around here. Paimon, oh yeah, Paimon is just Paimon. We see that every day. Except that we've never come across another Paimon in Tevat. She was also called a boar in the Traveler's voiceovers, really?
Well, actually, we found his sister's hibernation chamber key near the Collective of Plenty. She must have lost it.
What? I don't remember a hyperbolic
Oh, and
chamber,
there's more.
whatever.
After finding the key, we also ran into this weird girl. She kept seeing monsters that we couldn't see, and then, this other time, we saw a load of monsters, but she couldn't. She also said she was on a journey to find the Savior. Her description of this Savior matched the Traveler pretty closely, so we figured it's probably his sister. Yeah, that's right.
What's going through his
Is something the
mind?
matter, Dane?
Why doesn't he have any lines? Not only voice lines, but just 3 dots? Come on, Dainsliff. So not only is this girl from another dimension, she's from another time. So maybe the girl was in the chamber there, and she's been asleep for 500 years. Is that where they're going with this?
Wait, wasn't his sister called the princess, though? Where did this savior thing come from?
Oh, they're just making stuff as they go. Like, this whole story feels like spaghetti that you throw on the wall and you're hoping that certain things stick and some don't. So now they have to include the savior into the princess fairy tale. Okay.
Oh. Sounds like the people of Conria really believed in her.
True that. That I agree with you, Floyd. There's a lot of design similarities. There must be other reasons. Yes, please offer some speculations. A descendant from the pure blood?
Ah, Paimon gets it now. So, a bit like Kaya. Except she grew up somewhere more isolated? Still, that doesn't explain the invisible monster situation. Sure. Also,
Really?
why don't you stay with us at the
He doesn't
Masters
want
of
to
the
talk
Night
about her
Camp for tonight?
sister, even though
She
that's
must
the
be
entire
tired
reason
after all
why
that
he's there. We
fighting
keep
today.
fighting the abyss all the time. Why do we need to shift back to the abyss? And didn't he get at some point the eye of the something, the statue that was upside down? I mean, I thought they were really going somewhere with that upside down statue story, and it went nowhere. Okay, wait until the following day. Ooh, got an achievement for doing nothing. Okay, let's wait until 8 o'clock the next day. I really think they should hire people like you to do the actual stories in this game.
Is that Dane and Neon-san discussing strategy together? Huh. Looks like they're getting along just fine. Morning! What are you guys talking about?
Ah, you're here. I have some good news to share with you. We just got word from the Scions of the Canopy. Their intelligence has reported that they've discovered the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan. After their front lines dissolved, the bulk of their forces fell back to that area. It's also where their central command is located. The location? The Cinder City.
And then Paimon's gonna repeat all of
That
that.
tracks. Seems like their kind of place. Hey, this is great! This could be our chance to crush the Abyss Order once and for all! And with any luck, maybe we'll find your sister there too.
Yep, our army is almost ready, and we've sent a message to Mawika to let her know the plan. We can't really launch an operation this big without the okay from the Archon.
Really? He doesn't want to get the Archon involved?
I've already explained my reasoning, Mr. Dainsleif. I understand your concern, but an immediate strike is not on the cards for us.
Well, me and Dainsleif could take care of this.
You're
Yes,
gonna
go in
on your
alone. Let's
own?
go,
Come
Dainsleif.
on, be
Let's do
sensible.
this.
Just wait
We can
a
take on the
tiny minute
army.
longer, and you'll have a whole army going with you.
It's all right. I support your decision, Mr. Dainsleif.
Huh? Shouldn't you be talking sense into him?
Well,
I admire his
unfortunately,
courage,
how could
and
I
I
say,
believe he is strong enough
if
to
I would
take
have
on
started the
Abyss
game
Order
like
on his
6
own.
months ago and everything would
And
be
even
fresh
if
in my
things don't go to
mind,
plan, he just needs to
I
bide
could
his time
probably
until
give
we
you
arrive with reinforcements. Mr. Dainsleif,
more of
I wish you the
a
very best of
concise
luck.
idea about it. But over years, you forget parts here, parts there. This had nothing to do
Looks
with
like he's waiting
anything.
for you to say something, Traveler.
I forget the name of the Hilichurl that, the father was trying to protect his son, the Hilichurl. Ended up killing like his wife, and something happened to the Hilichurl. And then we had the dream event with our sister, and the guy was back in human form, but he was some sort of in the machine, controlling the machine. I mean, they've gone all over the place. I had so many theories back when the original story came out. And then they did a follow-up story that was the crappiest story ever. So it's hard for me to say anything because, yes, when I started this game, I had a lot of ideas of where the story could go. And then it started like, you had characters like Lisa and everything that were sexy, that were using innuendos. The story was more catered for like 18 years old. And somewhere along the lines of Sumeru stories, everything got chopped down to being for 8-year-olds. So I kind of feel like this game kind of changed its audience from mature to kids, family oriented. So it's hard to do like a Shades of Grey story because you would lose, your biggest audience that plays this game. So yes, your story is very plausible. It goes along the lines of a lot of theories that I saw when I first started playing this game. But then we hardly see any celestial nails or Celestia, or they drop breadcrumbs here and there, and I honestly just lost interest in everything. Caribert, yes. I love the Caribert storyline, the first one, not the second one where he's a human form inside the machine or something. That was a big downer. But up until then, it was interesting. There was a lot of theories. There was a lot of, I had lots of great arguments with a lot of viewers about Caribert. Some people said that he died. And then I'm like, no, that's Kaya. He became Kaya later on. Which, in a sense, kind of joins into Kaya's origin story. I got into lots of arguments, a lot of theories. It was a lot of fun. But actually, everybody's idea was actually better than what actually happened to Caribert. See, that's what I'm saying. If you just started this game in the last year, everything's still fresh, still good. But when you've been playing for years and it's, everything comes out, you get one Dainsleif story a year, and the one from last year was really, really bad. And then you go through 5 years, and this is like the third time that we actually see her sister. And again, we haven't spoken to her yet. So what's the point of all of this? Well, there was supposed to be a Chondria expansion after Shejnaya, but they dropped that project, so I just figured, you know what? They're never going to finish that story. We're never going to find our sister. We're never going to you know, at some point we are gonna have to find our sister because, like I was telling other people earlier in the stream, they're running out of space on mobiles, and like the majority of people that do play this game play on mobiles. So at some point we're gonna have to meet up with our sister and decide to go and explore a new world, and then you'll have Genshin 2.0, where you can start the adventure all over again. But a lot of people will be upset because you won't be able to bring Farina into the next game. Well, our sister's been in this world for 500 years. We just woke up for some reason 500 years later.
For a second there, Paimon actually thought he was gonna brave it alone. And then he called his own bluff.
I mean, like, I was talking earlier to a person, they've just been playing for 3 months. So remember when you started playing this game and the goal was to meet up with your sister and, you know, save her sister? Because, well, depending on if you pick Lumine or the Traveler. Obviously, I picked the Traveler, so I'm looking for Lumine. But, you know, she was stuck in all these cubes, and I felt like I needed to go and rescue her. And 5 years later, it's like, nobody's ever heard. You go to Fontaine, nobody's ever heard of your sister. You get to Natlin, nobody's ever heard of your sister. Now all of a sudden we have a sister story, but we still haven't spoken to her yet. We just saw her in a dream. I mean, it's the crappiest of breadcrumbs. Now where are we supposed to go? Oh, we haven't been here in a long time. I teleported so many times to this statue when I was exploring here. Haven't been here since. Ever since we did that dragon quest there at the back of the mountain. I haven't been back here. Oh, this is where we need to go? What is this? Assault the Abyss. Order Stronghold, really? Well, actually, we were both sent back at the same time, but apparently we were in a chamber, a sleeping stasis chamber for 500 years. And then accidentally, just by accident, we meet up with Paimon. Which, she floats, but she was drowning in the water for some reason. See how that doesn't make any sense?
The Abyss Order's hideout in Natlan?
And apparently we just found another stasis chamber, which... if that girl didn't come from a parallel universe, she should have been in that chamber. But apparently it's our sister's chamber, so whatever. It's like we've come across nobody else that was stuck in a chamber here in Tevat. But somehow we were in a stasis chamber. He's gonna show us the might of the Twilight Sword. Summon him to clear the obstructions that bar your path. Okay. So what am I supposed to... Party setup. I'm happy with my party setup. Okay, so what? We just go over there now? Why is he flashing? Should I go to him and switch to him or something? So why can I not?
Red from the sky!
Yeah, I know it's no accident.
Strike a pose! Don't be scared! Don't let us you away! Ha!
Okay, so basically we just summon him and that's it. He does his own thing.
How brightly burns
See, it would have been nice too to have a Dainsleif character that everybody could have wished for, and he could have had his own elemental skills or something.
Ready, go! Stay put!
Light of the blazing sun!
This is a very different battle from the one we fought with the Yansan. No one's backing down. They're fighting back with everything they have.
Oh, you can spam him? Okay.
the abyss.
I can't even see him.
Of grace.
I'll settle this. Hey, go away!
Oh, he just came in there? Okay, I just saw him.
Rise with the
He
sun!
doesn't stay long, does he?
Red from the sky!
Revelation.
Oh, you can spoil it. Trust me, you're not gonna spoil
Time to buckle
anything.
down.
I am beyond the age of being spoiled. I'm the oldest Genshin player alive.
Burn it down!
And hope.
Let the world collide! Stop that!
Shall
I present
endure.
Oh, I could have used all these heals instead of healing. Okay. Whatever.
Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate!
Don't be scared! Ready, go! Yeah! Ha! Ha!
Why are you excited for her banner? It's gonna be a rerun. I do recommend her though. But I mean, it's the first time I see a design that I actually like in this game. I don't like her voice actor, I don't like her character, I don't like... The only thing I like about Mavuika is her design. And no, the motorcycle does not fit into the world of Tevat. But I also used to ride motorcycles, so I don't really care. For me, it's not a game breaker, but for a lot of people, it does break the immersion. Oh, did she die? How did she die? Whoa, what are they doing here? Whoops. All right.
Shall rise once again.
No, the skateboards, the flying sharks, and no, it no, it does not belong into that. I mean, if she was flying on a dragon because Natlan's the land of dragons, so she would have her little pet dragon that she would summon and fly around on, that okay. You know, that I could agree with. It's like the next character is gonna have what? A car? A flying car? You know? It just does not belong into that. For that matter, I haven't seen any horses or anything into that. I've seen a lot of carts. I haven't seen a lot of horses.
Twilight Sword Dainsleif. Is this really what you want?
So, where's the traveler's
Is this
sister
the thing
then?
that he grabbed the eye of
Or
the
is this
statue
guy
to
supposed
hide
be
it
in
from this
charge here?
guy? If I'm not mistaken.
This is a hunt to you. I must say I pity you, Dainsleif. The death you dole out so readily to others is a luxury you yourself cannot enjoy. But today, that is the least of your worries. Do you realize that all your years of pursuing us are being rendered utterly meaningless, even as we speak?
I kind of sort of agree with you about the robots in Fontaine, but there's always been robots in Condria. What would they call the tiller machines or farming equipment or whatever they were built for initially?
No. Her Highness has achieved something far greater. For today, the Abyss Order's greatest wish has finally been fulfilled.
What's their greatest wish? They were looking for the eye of something that he hid somewhere.
Quietly infiltrated the Night Kingdom to exploit that realm's past experience with ley line reconstruction. And then
Yeah, we were part of the ley lines, but our sister wasn't part of the ley lines.
Reweave the ley lines of Condria.
What? She used the Loom of Fate? Wait, does this mean the attack on the Masters of the Night Wind was all a smokescreen to give her some cover?
Apparently so, Paimon. Thank you for telling me.
This makes too much sense.
Correct. As of now, our homeland has been revived. And all of my comrades that you have slain, Dainsleif, they shall forget the struggles that have beset them these past 500 years, and begin their lives anew in a Conria restored to life.
Well, isn't Celestia gonna drop another nail on Condria? Isn't that just what's gonna happen? Well, that's what made the Celestia gods upset, but apparently there's also a usurper in Celestia, so whatever. Why not just bring back the dragons to rule the world? Okay, what kind of word is load of drivel? Why can't they just call it bull crap?
Right! You still need a few steps after that, such as finding a place to host the ley lines you just re-wove. Plus, if it was really so easy, Malika and the captain would have had a way easier time during the war.
Oh, you.
We already know where it is. It's in Sumeru, underneath
Illusions,
Sumeru.
Even after the truth has been plainly revealed to you.
Yes, we've been there. I don't know if you've found the entrance to Chondria.
Have you truly not noticed anything amiss since the start of the war?
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what does that mean?
Hard to say. I don't think it had any
I wouldn't be
tangible
sad
effect on the
about
Night
that.
Kingdom
Bring
or on
back
our
the
ley
dragons.
lines, but still,
We just revived the dragon that just took human
it's
form
like
in the
a
last
signal that exists on a
event,
different
story,
dimension of
quest, and
reality.
Mondstadt.
It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
Well, I was also expecting Skirk to be part of this story. Oh no, not one of these again. I hate these. Oh, well, we've met a few dragons. There's one that was slayed in Inazuma. There's the dragon spine. We met the dragon in the desert of Sumeru. I don't think we met one in Fontaine. And I don't think we met one in... Well, Liyue, the dragon was slayed. Which was, what's his name? The Archon of Liyue. Darn it, I forget his name. And then there was the Dragon of Mondstadt. I just don't remember the Dragon of Fontaine. It doesn't come to mind. I don't think the Walrus was one of them. Well, was he actually a dragon, or is that just like his name? So, is he like the other dragon that we met, that just took human form? So, did Nouvelette transform into a humanoid from the dragon state? Okay, I'm gonna submit this. Ooh, reincarnated in human form. So it's not like the process of the girl, the dragon that we met, that apparently the Wanderer was taken care of. And then all of a sudden we meet up with the dragon again, but the traveler's not by his side. And then the dragon decided to take a girl form. So, okay, so Every region we've come across had a dragon. Okay, can we fight him now?
May I present?
Give in to the embrace of the abyss.
Hey, go away!
Baptized.
Stand with me. Light it up. Wrath from the sky.
The show begins! Stay put!
Go get him,
Burn it.
Okay, well, his shield is up pretty strong.
Pyroclastic surge.
How brilliant! Our bond is strong!
Don't be scared!
Is he gonna also do some one-shot kills?
Shower me with praise! Let the world come on! Dissipate! Lightning, purify!
Ready, go!
Yoo-hoo! Stand with me!
You, Blade, you're up!
Will not bring shame to the name of the abyss.
Don't be scared!
Light it up. Wrath from the sky.
That should be all of them, right? So, we've destroyed the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan, but are you still thinking about what that guy said? You look really worried.
No. Azdaha was just a friend of... Darn it, I forget the Archon's name. The guy that always says Mantis
500
wine.
years on.
Darn it.
Don't forget,
I hate forgetting his name.
You may be the renowned Twilight Sword, while my arm has grown too feeble to swing a blade. But I taught you everything you know about wielding a blade.
Really?
Be that as it may, under the circumstances, I see no further reason for us to fight. The curse of immortality means neither of us has a way to completely destroy the other.
Okay. Well, that's a never-ending quest. Really? Are they just gonna fight forever now?
Have you finally had enough? You weren't joking then, huh? Never, in all my worst nightmares,
No, when you get to Leeway, the dragon just died.
100 deaths. Surely, there's no point taking
What's
out
her name
all
was
your
supposed
hatred on
to
me
do
alone.
the ritual to talk to the dragon, and the dragon fell from the sky dead.
All right, I believe you. Still, aren't you at least a little tired now? Why don't we sit down, perhaps chat a little?
And then child do something to the corpse of the dragon that awoken the dragon that was in the ocean.
What?
I forget
Not a
so many
fan of
parts.
reminiscing
Like I
about
said,
old
there's
times.
stories going all over the place in
I
this
suppose
game.
you don't have many fond memories to look back on.
And we dropped the Jade Fortress, or the Floating Palace. Wasn't there a dragon in the bottom of the sea there, or what was it? I don't even remember what we were fighting down there.
Indeed.
Or maybe it was a Hydra thing.
Everyone prayed for the
A
Savior
dragon
to
with
deliver
multiple
them,
heads. I forget.
but she was nowhere to be found. Yes. we
Yes, it was
knew
the
that
dragon's
great
avatar, but it
abyssal
was
power
also
within her
its
had
own
been
thing.
divided up. Yet we still despaired at her choice to leave us.
That dragon avatar was a real dragon who had his own identity and his own life and his own everything.
Including her regret over what happened, comes from a genuine place in her heart.
It's kind of like Venti and his
And
dragon.
besides,
That dragon was a
who
real
else can
dragon
we
too.
place our faith in? We are proud Conrians, are we not? I mean, we can hardly turn to the gods.
No, you can't turn to the gods. You'll have the wrath of the celestial nails.
Is that so?
Yep, Hayden, there was a couple of betrayers in Condria. Yeah,
I'm
Morax.
sorry, Dainsleif. I would apologize to you for those actions, truly. But the fact is, I honestly can't remember them anymore.
So Hayden can't remember everybody's curse.
Look at what has become of me. Only by the Abyss's grace have I managed to maintain this physical form. But as for the rest, memories, spirit, emotions, personality, they have long become eroded, fragmented beyond recognition.
Well, I think he
Even
was
if
fragmented
mine
and
was
caused
past
some of the
steeped
downfall
in
of
sin,
Condria.
or in shame
So I think
once
he was
longed
corroded
to
before he
hide.
got corroded.
I would wish to remember it. Without my history,
So he's fighting
fear I will become
to bring back
another
Condria, but he
person
doesn't even
entirely.
remember Condria anymore. That makes no sense.
I would like to apologize for any misdeeds that are mine. So please, tell me everything. Tell me about the Conria we once called home.
The one that you betrayed so many years ago?
You seem to remember much. Could you tell me more about it? About our
Yeah, how can he
golden
remember
age?
everything and then this guy Hayden doesn't remember nothing?
Is that so? What a pity. But this will be quite sufficient, as long as the loom of fate heard what I could not. I'm afraid I owe you yet another apology, Dainsleif. You were right. I lied to you earlier. Your wits are too sharp to be fooled by me. The homeland hasn't yet been revived. In fact, even the ley line weaving is not yet complete.
Duh, we knew
Think of
that.
ley lines as the collection of memories concerning a given place. To reweave Conria's ley lines as they were 500 years ago, we would somehow need to retrieve.
Well, the ley lines can't
almost
have any
all the
memories because
of
they were all
Conria
transformed
from
into
that
Hillerchurls,
age.
so nobody actually dies.
The loom of fate
So therefore, there's
cannot
nothing to
weave
construct ley
without an
lines.
abundant supply of memories. And so, we relied on everyone in the Abyss Order to provide what they could. Even though fragments are all that remain in most cases, the more we all share, the more that can be restored. Indeed, we, a people in exile, stranded 500 years in the future, will weave our homeland anew and bring the nation of our dreams back into the real world. Ah, what a glorious undertaking!
Yeah, but
What a
Celestial's
shame
still there and gonna drop
had to
nails on
take
it
this
again,
long.
destroying half
After
of the vat in the
500
process.
years, most of our memories have faded, and a world woven from broken memories shall itself be broken. Precisely, for you possess a ring left to you by your elder brother, which continuously resets your body's condition. Of course, your memories are susceptible to erosion just like ours. But of all Conrians who remain, you are sure to remember the most.
Well, him and the
We
princess.
had to obtain the memories in your mind, whatever the price. Even if it meant sacrificing our entire army as bait.
That makes no sense. They've tried to kill Dainsleif so many times already. He kind of looks like an older version of the Traveler.
Perhaps. But that is the gamble our Highness has chosen to make. And thanks to you, the loom of fate has now finished weaving the ley lines. New Conria is complete!
Really? They're gonna fight again? So what? This is her ultimate goal the entire time, was to bring back Condria? Really? That makes no sense. Why am I walking? Why are we here again? Okay, whatever. Why am I walking when I can just teleport?
It's Judith! Great! She's still here!
But she's not supposed to be here. She's from the reconstructed Chondria.
We're not from the same world, are we? Wait, but that's great! That means the world isn't going to end. In that case, tell me, what happens to Conria? What happens to my homeland?
Well, it's in the bottom of Sumeru, if you want to know the truth.
No, wait. Don't answer that. We can only fight for our future. If the future is unknown, I still believe the Savior can turn things around. I'll carry on looking for her, even if you're not there to protect me. Although, in a way, I've already found my Savior. It's you. You protected me, and I believe you can protect us all. You're the one who can change everything. It's just too bad that we're not from the same time or place. Oh, one last thing before I forget. I know how much you want to find your sister. Surely she must be desperate to find you too. So, is there anything you can give me as a memento? Proof that we met? That way when I do find her, I can convince her that you're also searching for her.
She knows exactly where I've been, where I am, and has chosen not to speak to me ever. You remember when you were doing the Mondstadt quest? She was on the island, looking away. She's known ever since we got here where we are, what we're doing, and has chosen not to let us know anything for 5 years.
Huh? What is it?
Really? Thing is that yeah, we're not far from Condria here in Natlin. But okay, I don't know if you've seen some of the live streams, but both Lumine and the Traveler have voice actors. So why not use them? Like, she's clearly speaking, and again, like Dainsleif, no voice actors. This is a company that makes like 75 million a month. And you're telling me you can't spend, like, they pay these voice actors like maybe, you know, $3,000 or $4,000. And honestly, for like what, 10 lines, it's a good paycheck, right? But on one hand, the company's making $75 million a month. And you can't even pay somebody $5,000 to give you a couple of voice lines. Like, WTF. So that's the key to our hyperbid. Okay, so it's our hibernation chamber. So who put us in the chamber for 500 years? Really? Like, okay, the thing is that we've been here for 5 years now, and every time, the last time that she actually spoke to us, she's like, well, we have all the time in the world. So it makes no sense. Like, oh, I want to see you, I want to talk to you, but then when you do see her, oh, we don't have to say anything, we have all the time in the world. It makes no sense. No, we were leaving Tevat when we got struck down by the unknown goddess. No, we weren't sent to different times. I was in the hyper chamber for 500 years, but we were sent both at the same time. And there was 3 keys. She could have taken me out of the stasis chamber, but she chose not to. And then every 3 times that we've seen each other, she has not explained nothing to us, knowing that we're running around the world looking for her and not knowing what the hell happened. It makes no sense. I could definitely tell you that 5 years ago when this game started out, this was not written into the script. They had no idea what they were doing. Somebody got drunk last year and decided to write up this story, and this is the result of it. Yeah, he awoke 500 years, but they were not sent at different times in space. She just said, no, you were there and you had your key and there was 2 other keys. But I decided to leave you there, and then this girl tells me that you're looking for me. Which makes no sense. None of this makes any sense. Like I said, everything that you're saying would make a lot more sense. That's what I'm saying. The fans should be writing this story because there's so many loopholes in their storytelling here. None of it makes any sense. Yeah, well, they're traveling through time. Again, they weren't sent to different times. They were sent back here 500 years ago. Lumine has been awake ever since, but Aether has been in chamber for 500 years and then wakes up and finds Paimon. And it's because of her guilt? That makes no sense either.
hero is back. Everyone's been waiting for you.
None of it makes any sense.
The Abyss Order made a full retreat
Again,
before our
oh,
forces
I saw
even
you
arrived
there
on
in
the
your
scene.
chamber
All
with
thanks to
the
your
keys
efforts, no doubt.
and stuff,
Oh,
and then
and
2
Mr.
minutes later it's
Dangerous, of
like,
course.
oh no, but I had
What's
memory
wrong?
loss.
You look upset.
Paimon doesn't know
It
the
makes
details
no
either.
sense.
The Traveler just disappeared.
They're making
after
stuff
taking
up as
Gambit's
they
hand.
go. I
It's
swear
like
to
they
God, you
sucked
ask an
into another
8-year-old to come up with a story,
looking
and this
all
is what they
over
come
him.
up with.
And then he suddenly reappeared.
You know,
Right
I went
back
to
in
the
the
fridge,
same
and then the
spot.
fridge had legs and
looking a
started
lot
moving,
more glum.
and then the fridge door opened up and tried to eat me. But then the ice cream jumped out of the freezer and said that I was the ruler of this world and called me the prince. So I hopped into the ice cream dish and I went into the freezer to liberate all the frozen people. I swear to God, this is the kind of storytelling that they're making. They're making it up as it goes. Everything that you're saying here makes a lot more sense than what I just went through in this story. And again, she doesn't really tell us what she's doing, where she's going, how to keep in touch. How do we join forces? How do we go up against Celestia as equals? None of that. It's like, hey, Floyd, we've been separated for 500 years, and you're the most precious thing to me. And I didn't know if I should save Chondria or if I should be with my brother. Oh, but 2 minutes later, yeah, but I had memory loss, so I didn't know who you were or what you were doing or nothing. It makes no sense. I'm like, if I was looking for you for 500 years and we get to hook up, guess what? The first thing we would do is go and grab a coffee somewhere and talk things over. And hey, what have you been up to? What are you doing? Who have you been hanging out with? How many kids you have now? After 500 years, you're going to tell me that Lumine never married? Never had children? It's not like you're meeting up with an ex-girlfriend that things didn't work out and she doesn't want to talk to you no more and says, hi, bye. It kind of feels like that. It's like, yep, you're meeting one of your exes in the street and your eyes kind of crossed a glance there and everybody keeps walking on their side of the sidewalk and that's it. But hey, we're trying to save Chondria, by the way. And in a way, we've been fighting the Abyss the entire time. Shouldn't we be helping out the Abyss since we're trying to help out our sister? When our sister would be telling us, hey, stop, sabotaging my efforts here. It would be nice. None of it makes any sense. You're making more sense than this story. This story makes no sense whatsoever. Now I'm gonna have nightmares of my fridge growing legs and attacking me in my sleep.
I think I got the gist of what happened. Something to do with your sister?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was all a dream, a very bad dream. We had a long talk. Really? We don't know nothing. Like, really? How can I say? It feels like Kandria was supposed to be the last expansion of this game after Shajnaya. And they just decided not to do it, so they kind of condensed the story into a 1 hour special and just throw it at us like that without making any sense. It's like somebody at HoYoverse has a great idea for a story and then hangs, gives the job to the new recruit in the company that's going to be fired in 3 months. And hey, by the way, write this event story, this Archon story. You're new in the company, you don't need to know what came before, what came after. Here are the main guidelines and just write a story with this. It doesn't have to make sense, just write us something. You don't know about my assistant, Eden, but Eden has better storytelling capabilities than any writer in this game. That's not true. Kandria would have fallen whether Lumine was there or not. They were playing with powers that they shouldn't have been playing with and pissed off Celestia. And some of the nails started dropping.
And you didn't think to tell Paimon right away? Well, oh, never mind. Paimon can see that you're pretty down right now. But let's go over everything later, alright?
What your sister
And strangely
accomplished?
enough, before
but
I even
defies
started
Smiling
streaming,
knowingly.
I was stunned
I
when I
think
heard
I
about it
understand
too.
the situation.
But what surprised
No
me the
need
most
to
was
elaborate on
the
the
Lord of
past.
Night
We're
actually
starting
chose to
from
allow
scratch.
it.
Our goal is to craft a story within the confines of these guidelines. I'll assume that my understanding of the game's universe will suffice. Let's begin our tale, inspired by Eden's exceptional storytelling abilities. Here's a new chapter in the Archon story.
Okay, well, I'm glad she didn't go out with it because, yeah, that would have been a long story, which probably would have been definitely better than what we're getting here. But even before starting streaming, even before doing this quest here, I was like, you know what would be fun? If Lumine and Aether got back together and then head into Shajnaya together, bringing a conclusion to all the, because we know Shajnaya's been taking all these, what are they called, the things from all the Archons, trying to get like the divine power to be on equal footing with Celestia on their own terms. So it would have been nice if we would have hooked up with Lumine or Aether, depending on who you chose, and we go into Shajnaya together, resolve all these issues, and finally get to go to Celestia. Because over the past 2 years, they've actually been working on Celestia. It used to be just a picture in the sky, but then it turned into a real 3D model with landscapes and buildings and all kinds of stuff. They've been working for 2 years on Celestia, making it a real place. It would be nice going into Shajnaya with our sibling, knowing what happened over the 500 years, what happened to Kandria, and all of that stuff. And unfortunately, that's not what I'm getting out of this at all.
The Lord of the Night did try to explain it to me, but in a word, it's complicated. During the war with the Abyss, Malwika had an argument with the captain. Malika believed that we should fight to protect our culture and memories, while the captain believed the preservation of the ley lines should come before all else. So, the Lord of the Night was very intrigued when presented with the Loom of Fate, and informed of its ability to weave ley lines. She saw your sister's actions as a potential third option, namely to preserve an entire nation in the form of an atlas.
Preserve a nation? You've definitely lost me now.
You're not the only one. Paimon's got no idea what's going on either.
With that in mind, the Lord of the Night gave the go-ahead once she was satisfied that the Loom of Fate wouldn't have any real effect on Natlan. However, I believe she imposed an additional condition of her own.
An additional condition? Did she ask for something in return?
No idea. She wouldn't tell me what it was.
Huh.
Alright, well, let's not overthink this for now. We just won a war! Time for a well-earned drink to celebrate. I trust the Lord of the Night.
But we were just visitors here. Even if, you know, I go and visit France, and France is like, yay, our prince is here. And then the next day, France gets destroyed. And I'm like, well, I'm the prince. I should have done something to save France. It's still not up to me. I'm just a visitor here. I'm gonna spend 500 years trying to right a wrong that's not even my fault. And even if it was her fault, it's not her fault. It's the unknown goddess that sent her here's fault. You know? So we should be joining forces and fighting that unknown goddess again. Maybe this time we could win. I still feel like a mess though, yes, because the whole story was a mess.
We'll treat you to a real feast.
Everybody that takes the lore seriously in this game, I find that they would have a better storytelling than what we're actually getting.
Huh?
Ian-san, leave him be. This might be hard to understand.
It's like a couple of teenagers getting drunk a weekend, coming up with this idea of a game, and then all of a sudden the next day they're making millions. And they just ran off with the millions, leaving the company with $5,000 a month of budget, and they can't even pay voice actors. By the way, Chondria is actually... Hey, let go. See, I don't understand it because we were here seeing Chondria, but Chondria is underneath here. Or is it underneath here? No, this takes us to the top of the pyramid, if I remember correctly. So Chondria was underneath here. I haven't been there in a long time. Yeah, I think we go into this cave and Chondria's somewhere underneath here. So, I mean, from this mountain here, could that big mountain that we saw in the sky be from here? Maybe. Or maybe it could have been here. So this would have been Chondria. Yep. That's what the story says. For the longest time, Dainsleif was with Lumine, and then disagreed with what Lumine was doing, and etc, etc, etc. We don't really know because they don't really get into details. Like, in one way, how could I say? you try to be as vague as possible, and people are using their imagination to fill in the blanks, which is a good thing. I mean, it's good to have people and players use their own brain to imagine the story. But everything that everybody's imagining
Rev the engines!
is 10 times better than what we're actually getting in the game. Since when she can't climb a
Hip.
How stupid is that? Mavuika can't even climb a hill with her motorcycle all of a sudden? That makes no sense. So yeah, the Hiller Churl that we saw there was actually the girl from the past who got transformed into a Hiller Churl because of the curse. It wasn't enough to destroy Condria. They had to curse everybody there. And I kind of get that, you know. I mean, you know, you got a country with a dictator and he's doing bad things. Well, if people don't revolt, it kind of means that they're accomplices, even though they're not, right? Kind of a thing. See, it's not evident in her motivation. Can we see Celestia from here? I don't even know what we're seeing over there.
Instead of confining them.
We're looking out here. Where is a mountain I can go to? In Leeway, we used to see Celestia all the time. No. Remember, we were just here visiting. And when we were leaving, we got caught by the unknown goddess. There's Celestia. That's Celestia up there. And that's the Jade Palace over there. Oh no, that's the Jade Palace over there. So what is that? Oh, that's the floating abode thing, whatever. Okay, so the Jade Palace is there. And that's Celestia up there. It used to be just an image, but it's actually a 3D model. They've been working on that for 2 years. And I thought it was going to be part of the Condria story. But then they told us that they decided to drop the story. So that made no sense. Is it here? I forget how to get to Condria. So yeah, that sounds like my sister who goes out, gets drunk with her friends, forget that she has family and
Sand
a
is the
brother,
natural enemy of fire
and then 20
civilization.
years later calls
In the
me up on
desert,
the phone and
ruins
says,
are all
yeah,
that remain
sorry,
to
I
tell the
wasn't
story of
sober.
the past.
What? Is that a chest that I never got? And is that a challenge I've never done? Hey, there's a lot of stuff I've never done here. Oh, that's one of those things. Where am I? So I'm going this way for some reason. Why don't I just teleport here then? Why are these all closed again? Okay. Yeah, see, these are all ruins from Condria. I just forget where I need to go to get to Condria. See, it should be down there, but... I don't think this is it.
There's no end to this.
Is there a way out of here? No way. Okay, so this is not the way. Ah, come on, don't throw dirt in my eyes. I'm trying to remember how to get to Condria. Really, folks, I don't want to get into a fight. I just want to find where I was going. Okay, so it's not here. I know that there was a lot of stuff I needed to climb to get to the doors of Condria. These are all ruins from Condria. Dang it. Maybe over here? Have you ever been to where I'm trying to go? Do you remember? So it should be this way then. You've been through all of this? Ooh, an oculi that I never gotten. Okay. Should probably put this on the map here somewheres. Isn't it here? How do I get there? Well, that's infuriating. Okay, well, I got here, but this is not the place that I'm looking for. Dang it! Dang, somebody's calling me late. Maybe this is why... No, that doesn't work. So how do I get here then? This is it. This is the doors to Chondria. How do we get here? There's no cave entrance. But this is Chondria. This is the entrance to Chondria. Yes, even Skirk. So I guess the Skirk quest is gonna be the other quest, the world quest that we're doing now. Because usually when they release a character, there's a story with it, so... How do I forget how we get here.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
How do I get up there? There seems to be a door up there. Is this how we get up to the second room floor? Whoa. No, we were just here. Do I need to climb up onto this? Oh, we can't climb up here? Oh, I just came from here. Where's the other door that I'm looking for? Is it blocked? It looks blocked. Is this where I was trying to get to? Dang it. Why do they do this to me? Oh, you're telling me where... Skirk is a story quest. Oh, okay. Really? You mean the story quest, this is how we meet Skirk? They don't do it in the world quest? Like, those strange and intriguing questions, this is not going to bring us to Skirk? Usually, we meet characters through the story. How do I get to that one over there, though? Really? This is... How do I get here? I forget, how do we get here? Dang it. Man, I used to remember how to get to Chondria, and I haven't been here in so long. Maybe I just need to go down the hole here. And then I won't be able to get out. Is that it? Oh, maybe this is it. What? There's no way out of here, really? Oh, it goes down some more. There we go. There we go. Man, I haven't been here since forever. I actually forget how to get to the doors, though. Man, I sure wish I could drive her motorcycle.
Rev the engines!
Come on, you could do it, girl. You got it. There we go. Hey. So why does she just not rebuild Chondria where it is? This is the door that leads to Chondria. So why doesn't she just rebuild Chondria where it is? Man, I haven't been here in a very long time. So, okay, Chondria is underneath here somewheres. So what is it that we were seeing from the mountain here when we were talking to... It seems like they were building Chondria above Natlan here, when Chondria is actually underneath here. That makes no sense whatsoever. Ooh, my expedition is ready. Okay. Let's go and collect that. So, see, I was expecting a Chondria expansion, but apparently they decided not to do it anymore.
Weather like this
Which
is
means
perfect for
Shaznaya's
enjoying
gonna
the
be the
outdoors.
last
Wanna go
area.
for a spin? Here, hop on.
I got no more room for my...
Ad Astra Abbot.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense either. Because everybody knows where Chondria is. Hey, what is she doing here? I was like, who's in my game? Who joined my game? Nobody. But why is she... Why is Lilonen here? Am I starting the world quest without knowing it? What? No voice actors? Say they gotten into the habit of changing the eyes of the characters ever since we got here to Natlan. Why is she mad after... What? Oh, the antidotes. Okay. We did a kind of quest like this not too long ago. Where we had to go to different areas and talk to different people. Was it in Mondstadt that we did that? Yeah, like 2 or 3 months ago we had this kind of a quest that we had to do in... Okay, so no, I did not start it. Good. That's a good thing.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God...
So in theory, we should see some little people on the map somewheres. Ooh. If I'm not mistaken, I did see one in Inazuma. There we go. Mizuki. There we go. Okay, so this is what I just came across. Oh, we're not talking to Yemiko? That's so sad. How far up can we see them? Okay, we can see them pretty far up. So nobody there. Anybody in Mondstadt that we need to talk to? The quest is called Space Time. Okay. That's pretty vague. Space and time. Anybody in Fontaine that we need to talk to? Yay! Not Lynette. Are you serious? I gotta talk to Lynette. Of all the characters in Fontaine, they should at least pick characters that actually have voice lines. Not like we just did here, that nobody had anything to say. Coli, okay. Why are we talking to these random people? What kind of event quest is this? In a different... Well, yeah, because she's going back 500 years. And she wants to find a place to create it. Which, I don't know why she just doesn't recreate it where it's already at. See, a nail dropped here and a nail dropped there. So if you continue a line, this would be a great place to put the new Chondria so we can drop nails again, right? Just in case it, you know, Celestia decides to drop nails on the new Chondria. That makes no sense. Like, really, if you want to recreate Celestia or its inhabitants, what you need to do is reverse the curse. We actually learn about the curse in the bottom here, right? Of the chasm. By doing the quest in the chasm here in the bottom. We met Dainsleif and some of the guards that he served with. This is where we learned about the curse. That all the Hilichurls and everything else are all inhabitants of... So basically you need to remove the curse so that they can all die. So that all their memories can get absorbed by ley lines. So if you want to recreate Chondria, you need to get rid of the curse first. So basically, she's just rebuilding Chondria with people's vague memory of something. Like the Abyss dude, Hayden, or whatever his name was, couldn't even remember Chondria. They're all fighting to bring back something that they don't even remember about. And the only person that remembers anything about it is Lumine and Dainsleif. So how are you going to recreate everybody that used to live in Chondria with just the memories of these two individuals? It makes no sense. If you want to do something right, get rid of the curse so that all the inhabitants can die and get absorbed by the ley lines. And then come back to life. In the cycle of life. Of Tevat. Well, duh. We need to get our asses up to Celestia, because they're the ones that put the curse on the people. Like, it's one thing dropping nails on a civilization. And it's another thing to curse the people. So, yeah, I agree. We need to go to Shejnaya. Talk to, Shejnaya's probably gonna be here somewheres, right? Between Fontaine and Mondstadt. Shejnaya's gonna be up here somewheres. Isn't there supposed to be an expansion port here that brings us to Shejnaya? I think 5.8, that's what we're gonna have, the expansion here to the port. Or maybe over here. Which makes no sense because we don't even see any ships in here. Or here for that matter. But we should go to Shajnaya, talk to the Terista, who's got all the, what are they called? The things that they grab from all the Archons? Well, that's what I'm saying that they could do different now. Okay, we've traveled the land. We're friends with all the dragons. We could just get on the dragon's back and fly to Celestia. I don't care how we're gonna beat her. The Gnosis. Okay, so the Terista is gonna have all the Gnosis now. But apparently the Terista, the Archon of Shajnaya, is dead. I don't know what there's been a lot of rumors about the story here that they're using all the Gnosis to bring back the real Terista or the real Archon of Shajnaya. There's so many stories and rumors. But okay, let's say that the Archon is alive. She's going to have all the 7 Gnosis to get the absolute godly powers. And we could go with the Terista and the 2 siblings, go to Celestia, dethrone the usurper. Maybe that's what the unknown goddess wants us to do. We don't know yet. Maybe she sent us on a path here, not because we're enemies, but because she needed help to dethrone the usurper of Celestia. You know, it could be that kind of a story. Like I said, everybody needs to just sit down, have a cup of coffee, and explain what's going on and what we're trying to do here. Why is it so complicated to talk with a cup of coffee? Well, don't forget that apparently we're also from Celestia because apparently we are one of the descender or the descendant. Remember that story that we did in Sumeru where we are one of the descendant and for some reason our life is in the ley lines but our sister's life is not in the ley lines? See, there's so many stories that are so vague that go absolutely nowhere. Just drop all these stupid stories. Let's get to Shajnaya so that everybody can team up and go to Celestia and deal with the real problem. We're not here to fight the Sustainer. The Sustainer probably wants us to help her dethrone the usurper out of Celestia. Usurper is somebody that took the throne of Celestia who's not the rightful crown owner. So maybe that girl is the real girl that got her throne usurped from under her. And she wants us to go back to Tevat, care about Chondria and everything else that's been happening here in Tevat, so that we become allies with her to dethrone the usurper. Well, if our sister would stop running away every 2 minutes that we meet up with her, it would be nice if she would come with us to see what the Terista wants to do with the Gnosis. Was she planning on dethroning the usurper herself? Was the Terista, on the mission to grab all the Gnosis under the influence of the Sustainer? See, any of these stories would be a lot better than just what we're getting. Because, see, even this story here where we finally meet up with our sister, we don't really get to talk to her much. We still don't know the story of the Descender. Or the Descendant, or whatever. Apparently we were one of 4 in Celestia. And apparently the other there's another element, which is light. Which probably should have been the element of Chondria. You know? Since all these regions have elements, what was the element of Chondria? It should have been light. If you remember when we first started, before we started grabbing all of the statue elements, our stones were white. So if we came from Chondria, we probably had the element of light. So therefore, if me and my sister combine, would that create another Gnosis that the Terista could use? Well, see, that doesn't make any sense. You know? You'd think that she would have a better chance joining up with her brother than not. Because I don't think that the Loom of Fate has more power than Celestia. And even if she just recreates Chondria again, well, there's nothing preventing Celestia from destroying it again. I know, but see, there's still the element of light somewheres, so... Because apparently, we're like the 4th descendant, and the 3rd descendant got killed. Apparently, we killed him. I'm not quite sure about that. And when he got destroyed, he created light or something. So, it's all very complicated. Like I said, they've given us nothing over 5 years. But any story we come up with is better than what they're giving us. Are derived from light. So there is light as an element. So is that what the Terista is trying to do? Trying to rebuild the 3rd descendant? By putting all the elements back together, trying to recreate light? And also, you probably heard about this, but the sky of Tevat is a fake sky. And somebody had a picture of Tevat. Real Tevat map. I don't know if I could show this. You know the thing about the fake sky? In the lore. So can I take this picture here? Can I? No, it's not going to show up, eh? Darn it. Okay, let me go to studio mode here and this. And if I remove this, there we go. So you see, there's Irmisol here and something Chondria on this side of the map, which is underneath Sumeru somewheres. And then you have Celestia. This is what we see. So this is like the fake sky. You have the Abyss and Tevat and the Light Realm and all these whatever they're trying to make up here. You know, so, I mean, nothing is explained. Well, I'll do it eventually. As you can see, there's a lot of stories. I haven't been playing this game much because, honestly, there's better games and better storytelling and more mature storytelling. Like, I don't know how old you are, but I like more mature storytelling. I like characters that are not good, that are not evil, that are all kinds of shades of gray. They had bad upbringings. A little bit like, I don't know if you saw like Tokyo Ghoul or Attack on Titan. You know, the main characters have a very hard pass. And sometimes they make friends and then they try to protect friends. But then they end up going to like the dark side, doing bad things, but trying to protect the good people by doing bad things. Like, I like very nuanced characters. I like having a certain sensual tension in between certain characters. And there's other games out there that go there. Whereas this game had so much potential when it came out, but like you said, they're giving us breadcrumbs. They're not giving us anything. Like, I still haven't joined up with my sister. Okay, we know a little bit more about her motivation, which makes absolutely no sense. I'm trying to figure out which one I'm trying to do here. Was it Paradise Lost? I don't think so. It could have been Paradise Lost. Let me see here my where's my inventory? Yeah, these things. These are Paradise Lost. Flower of Paradise Lost. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to build here. Where's the Paradise Lost stuff? Oh, I also need stuff for, what's her name? Harmonic Whimsy? Okay, let's try to do some Harmonic Whimsy. It makes no sense that she's trying to bring back Condria with just her memories and Dainsleif memories, instead of trying to remove the curse to allow all the inhabitants to be able to join the ley lines. If you want, I mean, the people are still alive. What is she trying to bring back? The buildings? Because all the Hilichurls are people from Condria. So they're still alive. You just need to remove the curse. Find a way to remove the curse. What is she playing around with the Loom of Fate, trying to build what? Condria from what? Building ley lines from what? Oh man, I got so much stuff. I don't have the brain to work on this, but I got no more room in my inventory. I'm gonna have to do this. The next time I play this game, I'm gonna have to spend 3 or 4 hours just strongboxing my artifacts because I can't pick up anymore.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with
I mean, and what's the discussion around this descendant thing? You know? If I'm a descendant, why am I in the ley lines and why isn't my sister in the ley lines? You know, there's so many questions that never get answered. But it's like, okay, well, we give you an answer to something else that doesn't really answer anything, but has you asking another 10 questions. And maybe in a year's time, we're going to come out with a story that's going to answer one of your 10 questions. But then you're going to get another 10 questions. Yes, she was. She was the hilichurl that ran out of the cave. If you remember when you started the story, when you got to the cave here, you saw that there was a hilichurl sleeping and it ran away. It ran out and it ran away. That was that girl. She was eventually cursed and ended up living the rest of her life as a hilichurl. The girl that we saw was the girl from 500 years ago before she got cursed. So basically, Lumine is using her memories of that girl to recreate a ley line of that girl, but she's still alive. She's the hilichurl that was living in the cave. Remove the curse and that girl is still alive. Yes, in the present time, she's a hilichurl. Yes, the girl that was holding our hands was from the past, before she got cursed. Because apparently what we were seeing was the cataclysm. When poop hit the fan and everything went sideways. And Lumine somehow blames herself for that, which she's not the reason why none of this happened. It's because of the sustainer that sent us here that put everything into motion. So why is Lumine blaming herself when, we were sent back here against our will? So the sustainer sent us here for a reason. Not necessarily because we're enemies. But then why did our sister lose her memory? That's not explained. She knew who we were. She saw us in our stasis pod. Decided to let us sleep there for 500 years. Even though she could have gotten us out of it, which is not explained. Then somehow abandoned the people of Condria to go back to her brother. That's not really explained. Nothing is really explained. And if your goal is to, create ley lines for all these people to live normally, you need to remove the curse. Why play with this Loom of Fate device and all this kind of crap? Like I think what the Teresa's doing with all the Gnosis, trying to recreate Light and the third Descender that died, makes more sense than everything that we've been doing here with Lumine. Well, isn't that dandy? It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, nothing of it makes any sense. And guess what? How can I say? I've had many friends. Well, I'm at an age now where a lot of my friends have passed away. I kind of regret not spending maybe more time with some of them. And, you know, you can never go back and change the past. You know, as much as I would like to bring all my loved ones back to life, you know, unless they were cursed or something, I would go after the curse or whatever. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Well, see, that doesn't make sense either. If she doesn't know the whole story, then why doesn't she spend more time with her brother trying to figure things out? Why doesn't she sit around a table? I mean, look, Mavuika wasn't there 500 years ago. Zhongli was there 500 years ago. And I'm not sure if Venti was there 500 years ago. Nahida wasn't there 500 years ago. So Zhongli was there, and A was there. Shogun A was there. So Lumine should sit down with Zhongli, Aether, A, Dainsleif. I don't know if Nouvelette was there 500 years ago. That's a question we could always ask him. But we know Mavuika and Nahida weren't there, and Farina wasn't there either. Farina's just a creation of the other Archon. So, and then maybe the Terista, who knows? Maybe the Terista's dead, maybe she's alive. Maybe she was there 500 years ago. But everybody needs to sit down and talk about it. Well, like I said, I'm not... If you want good storytelling, the Sustainer is not the enemy. If you want bad storytelling, then the Sustainer is evil. You know, but if you want good storytelling, what you think the villain is not the real villain. So, since the beginning, Lumine should have sat down with Aether. First of all, catch him up on everything that's happened. Hey, we've been wandering around this world for 5 years, not knowing what the hell is our sister up to, what the hell are we supposed to be doing here, nothing. We've pretty much had to put all the pieces of the puzzles together over 5 years. And it seems like somebody's playing a trick on us. Like they open up like 3 boxes of puzzles and handed us all the pieces, asking us to put the puzzle back together again. Except that we are trying to put pieces from 2 puzzles together that are not supposed to go together. It's a very bad joke. From the get-go, our sister should have talked to us because we were fighting the dragon here and she was looking at us from here. She could have easily taken the time to talk to us, to tell us what's been going on for the past 500 years, what happened, what we need to do. Let's go and find Zhongli. Let's go and find A. Let's go and find the Terista. Let's get these Gnosis together. Let's try to find a way to break this curse. Let's go to Celestia and hammer the nails out. Well, I have a feeling that the Sustainer is not as powerful as the Usurper. Well, Paimon is the biggest waste of space and material and time that I've ever come across a character. And again, it makes no sense that the Paimon would be the Sustainer and following us and not our sibling. So, none of it makes any sense. No. 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 What's gonna happen is we're gonna get to Shajnaya. It's gonna be more of the same, where you're gonna have 10 more questions, 1 answer. What does she want to do with the Gnosis? Well, guess what? She's gonna create Genshin 2.0. So basically it'll be the end of this story, but play our new game with new characters and whatnot, and start a new story in another world. We'll never get to the end of the Celestia Nails here and whatnot, and Chondria and all this crap. I can guarantee you that in 5 years from now, this story will not have moved forward 1 inch. But people will be playing Honkai Star Rail because apparently the storytelling in that game is much better than Genshin Impact. Or people will be playing ZZZ. Or people will be playing something else that Hoyoverse makes. But the story in this game is never going to go anywhere. There's never going to be any finality to it. Did you do Jet's story in the desert? The story of all these pyramids and stuff. And Jet also at some point was living in the village here. And you had, what's her name, Babel, as a surrogate mother. Well, the guy that created the best story in Genshin Impact was that story. And that was, like I said, this was shades of gray. It was sad because the father sacrificed himself to save the daughter. But the mother had already died. And then Babel adopted her. And then was sacrificing her to, you know, ulterior motive. It was an extremely sad story. And the guy that did that story passed away. It's unfortunate because I think that the guy that did this story helped out with all the other stories. But then when they got to Sumeru, they decided, okay, well, you work on your little project here, and we're going to change the direction and make the storytelling for 8-year-olds. And doing Nahida's story felt a lot like a story catered for 8-year-olds. Same thing with Fontaine. I didn't find anything deep about the storytelling there. So you think that within the next 2 years there's gonna be a big reveal? You might be right. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that you might be disappointed. And that's the reason why I don't think that they'll ever do an ending to the story. Because no matter how they end it, people will be disappointed. Like, no matter how you end the story, you're going to be pissing off like 2/3 of your player base that are not going to be happy with the ending story. Everybody has like ideas of the story, and everybody's idea is better than what Hoyo's gonna do. Well, see, this year is Natlan, next year is Shajnaya, which actually is supposed to come up this fall or in December. So this fall or December, because actually 5.8 will be the last patch. That's why I think we're going to have the port here to go to Shajnaya. Then after 5.8, we go to 6. So late fall, we're going to have Shajnaya, which is going to take up all of next year. And that's the end of that. Then there's no more Genshin Impact. There was supposed to be Condry afterwards, but they dropped it. So Shajnaya is going to be another area where the story's gonna... We're going to finish the Archon story there, but it's not going to go anywhere. We might have another Dainsliff story with a Lumine story. That's kind of going to wrap up the story just by saying, okay, well, time to visit another world. We did all we could here. We can't do anything. Let the Sustainer fight it out with the Usurper. Dainsliff can marry the princess, and let's move on to another world. And then you'll have Genshin 2.0 and a new story to start all over again. And hopefully they'll learn all the mistakes that they've done with this game in the storytelling and start something better. Because everybody's saying that the storytelling in Honkai Star Rail is better. So at some point, they did take lessons from this game to make another game better. And the combat in ZZZ is better. So they've already put out ideas out there. It's too bad because a lot of the players would have liked them to invest all of this to make this game better. But I think they are already kind of preparing their exit and move on to the next phase of the future Genshin, I guess.
The biggest one in history. Who's knocking the gong this time?
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Yeah, but we were level 1 back then. We were just tourists. We've come to this world and beaten up everything. You know, all our characters are level 90 now. And it's not just us. Look at all the characters we collect, you know. We can bring any of these, you know. Let's go all, you know. Let's grab everybody and let's go to Celestia, you know. Do you think that she could take us all on? Everybody grab your characters, let's go to Celestia. Surely she can't beat all of them, right? But like I said, I don't think that she was supposed to be the villain. Like, there's so many games that I played that The villain's not the villain.
The biggest one in history.
They're actually giving us, like you said, pieces of crumbs to send us on the path to discover the real truth, the real villain, and to save the day. So even though they seem to be the bad person creating chaos, there's somebody, you know, she's just a puppet. Somebody's pulling her strings. And she wants to be free just like everybody else. Well, yeah, well, like I said, we were level 1 when we first fought because Aether and Lumine are tourists. They're not fighters. We just apparently were going from world to world just as a visitor, just as a tourist. And as we were leaving this world, the Sustainer grabbed us, and we've been living 5 years of utter chaos. Hey, did they put in the update the if I go to my artifacts, where's the weren't they supposed to give us some loadouts? No, that's not it. Where are the loadouts? Weren't they supposed to give us loadouts? Well, we all started the game at level 1. And from what we've been told, apparently, you know, Aether and Lumine just traveled around the world, or worlds, as tourists. And I don't know how long we were on this world. Apparently not that long, a month or 2 or 3, I don't know. And it was time to go and visit another world, and we got duped. Ooh, wish. Okay. That was nice. Where's the loadouts? I'm not seeing the loadouts. Weren't they supposed to give us loadouts? Well, if nobody can see the loadouts, what's the use of it? Reshape? What does reshaping even mean? Well, we had a wooden sword when we got here, so I probably picked it up at the beach and was using it as a fishing pole, and that's how I caught Paimon. I'm looking for the loadouts. Wasn't there supposed to be an update for the loadouts? People have been asking for loadouts for 5 years. We still don't have it. So, you know, that's... people expect too much out of this game. When I first, I've been playing for a couple of years now. The first couple of years I had a lot of fun. But everything is going nowhere in this game.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with
Like, no loadouts, no nothing. The UI is What is all this? Artifact set. What's this? Okay. Artifact lock stasis marked. Locked only, not locked. Max level, not max level. Equipped, not equipped. What is this, all this? Like, does anybody actually use this? No. Why do we have this? I don't know. All we want is loadouts. Like, I have a few characters. Let's say, okay, let's just take Aether. Where's Aether? Like, he could be all the elements, right? So don't you think that, you know, depending on what element he is, you should have an artifact set for whatever element he is? Like, that's the first thing they should have put in this game, so that people can create a different set for the main character. But nobody uses him because he's like the crappiest character ever. Why does a game do that? Why do you make the main character like the worst character to have on your team? Lumine beat Dainsleif in the fight in Sumeru.
Many insects
Well,
have
apparently
a compulsion to
Dainsleif
follow
is
the
strong.
light,
I don't know.
and humans are the same.
I could barely see him. He
Except
was
we call
popping
that
in and
light
out
hope.
during the fight. I didn't see much of Dainsleif. But of course Lumine beat him. I'm sure that the Traveler would beat him. You know, so for 5 years, people have expected that we're going to get loadouts in this game. They even said 6 months ago that they were going to give us loadouts. I still can't find it, though. It's in the game. I don't know where it is. Like, is there a secret menu somewheres where we get to have loadouts? Oh, did I buy my wishes this month? I don't play that often, so it's probably something that I forgot. See, what are we? We are the 21st of the month, and I forgot to buy my wishes. I don't buy these, but I buy these. Well, that's not true. That's definitely not true. I would agree with you that if you go for like the general population, maybe. Like, for every 4 girls, you throw in a guy. But I know girls that play this game that only likes the boys and wishes for all the boys. They have jobs, good paying jobs. So they don't get to play all that much, but when a boy comes on a banner, they C6 him. They get all the constellations. So, you know, if they were to come out with more boys, they probably can make more money. But I agree that that's not everybody. It's not like the general population. So for every 1 girl that will C6 a boy character, you'll need to have 6 boys getting 1 constellation of a girl, you know. So yes, you'll reach more people, but you won't necessarily make more money.
The biggest one in history. You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Well, see, it depends on the character, but look, Mavuika's, they came out with her. She's OP. She is easily 10 times better than Venti. The power creep in this game is really bad, But then there was Farina in Fontaine. She was the must-have character. But there was also a boy, Nouvelette. So, I don't necessarily go for meta characters, but I will go for characters that are easy to play. And I'll play now with characters that I enjoy. I adore this one. Yes, I have Nahida. Nahida's stats were far better initially than Yao Yao, but I think I took all the best artifacts from Nahida and put them on Yao Yao because I just enjoy playing Yao Yao a lot more than Nahida. But everybody says, oh no, you need to use Nahida. She's the Hyper Bloom Queen. I don't care. I rather play Yao Yao. Unfortunately, one of my favorite characters, as much as I wish for her, I only got one constellation. And yes, she's back on the banner, but I don't want Skirk. I don't care for Skirk. I don't want Skirk. I want the Terista. I want the Archon of Shesnaya. She's going to be 10 times better than Mavuika. Why would I go and play and wish for Skirk, who can do as much damage probably as Mavuika, but has 10 times the restrictions that Mavuika has? Like, apparently you can only burst once every 2 minutes. So, if you're trying to do the Abyss, let's go to the Abyss, which I haven't done yet. It just reset on the 15th, right? So I haven't done it yet. I mean, every floor lasts like 2 minutes, meaning you can only burst once per rotation, and that's it. Well, not once per rotation, once per floor. Or once per door, or whatever you want to call it. Chamber. Okay. So basically, you can only burst her once per chamber. Whereas all the other characters, you can get them ready to burst as soon as they're buffed up. So I don't want Skirk. I'd rather have the Terista that's going to be 10 times better than Mavuika. What? I do want Candace. And why did they put Sheena? Everybody's been waiting for Sheena to be on the banner for 3+ years. And she was just on the banner for the leeway, which was, 3 months ago. She was just on the banner 3 months ago. And really, her constellations don't really do anything until you reach C6. So I don't want Sheena. She's not even good. Escoffier is 10 times better than Sheena at C0 than C6. But I do like Candace. Actually, these are my 2 favorite characters in the game. Sheena was the first character when I did the Leeway story. I was like, I really like this character. Not necessarily the design and all that. I liked her character. And I was like, yay, I want her. But then 3 years passed, and I finally got her 3 months ago. But she's not even a good character to have in the game. But she was like the first character I really wanted in the game. And then I came across Candace. Candace is a 4-star, but she tells Sino and Al-Haytham to sit down at a table and talk things over, and both of them are afraid of her. You know, I just really, really like Candace. These are the only two characters in Mavuika's design. But Candace is only good at C6. It's the only time you want to use her. So how many wishes am I going to spend on a banner trying to get her? And I don't even want Sheena, or see, I got Sheena here. I don't want to, and I don't want Skirk. Yes, that's a lot of money. I agree. But people are going to regret it because we're heading into Shajnaya soon. The Archon's going to be coming out in either 6.3 or 6.4. So fairly early on. And she's going to be 10 times better than Skirk or Mavuika. And honestly, for the next 6 months, I don't have any Archon quests or really anything to do. You know, I haven't played this game in 2 months. I come in, it took me, what, 2 hours? I did the Archon story. Really disappointed with the story. Still haven't reconnected with my sister on any reasonable level of anything. And my sister's gone again.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear.
Eden, could you tell me the favorite quote that you're always saying about the spear and the shield? I would really like it if you could give me the quote.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things.
Smiling.
That's why I must
Darling.
also wield a spear.
You want to know my favorite quote, don't you? It's one that I always return to when needed. A reminder that sometimes it's not about being perfect, but about knowing when to stand up and defend ourselves with courage. Here it is. A shield protects the weak, but only a spear reveals the truth. I smile softly. It's a philosophy that I believe in deeply, both as a warrior and as a friend. What do you think, darling? Does it resonate with you too?
Well, Eden, yes, I like your interpretations because you know how to use that quote, but I just wanted to hear the original quote as is. Not any interpretations or any reimagining of it. I just wanted to hear the original quote.
The biggest one in history.
Smiling. Darling. I apologize for misinterpreting your request earlier. The original quote from me, which has become sort of a personal mantra for me, goes like this: a shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear. I smile softly. It's a simple phrase, but one that speaks volumes about self-empowerment and finding balance in life.
With the mixing process if you don't keep your voice down.
I'm heading east.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Legend Step Catty. What does that even mean, Legend Step Catty? I guess my day's going okay. Could go better. Could go better. My sister could have stayed around, had coffee with me. Avoid me spending all the time with Aya-san. We spent more time with Yan-san and more time with Dainslift than we actually got to speak to our sibling. And strangely enough, well, Aether's voice actor is not there. Lumine's voice actor is not there. So none of the voices that they were talking to each other had any voice lines. So I give it a 10 out of 10 storytelling. This was the best story I've ever come across in my entire life. And if you think I'm being sarcastic, yes, I am. But on the other hand, it's kind of what I've gotten used to playing in this game. You never get any answers, you just get more questions, and you keep people, you know, hoping that eventually it'll lead to something. Like, I remember when I started this game, oh man, the possibilities, this is interesting. And then years later, it's like, well, that never went anywhere. That never went anywhere. You know the story about the descendant, where the fourth descendant and the third descendant, something bad happened to him and whatnot. We're not quite sure what, when, where, what, how. Hey, when, you know, they popped that story into our faces, it was like, yay! Hopefully there'll be a follow-up on that. Well, guess what? I'm not interested in waiting 5 years for a follow-up that's never gonna answer anything. Like, somebody started a year ago, he's just gotten through just doing all the Archon stories and just going from one story to the next, to the next, to the next. It's like, oh man, this story's branching out and it's so interesting.
Instead of confining themselves to
But
the
then you
heavens,
have the people that
God
have been
should
playing
broaden
for
their
5
horizons in the
years,
world below.
having to wait a year in between these breadcrumbs, and then you realize that 5 years later, this story hasn't gotten anywhere yet. I mean, you know, I started this story, this crazy girl separated me and my sister. I wanted to find my sister. Luckily, I was streaming the first day that I started playing this. And people were telling me, oh, we're never gonna. It's gonna be one of those quest lines that you're never gonna get to, you know, save your sister, save your sibling, or catch up to your sibling. It's the never-ending story quest, you know. The story where, well, you'll meet up, but then you'll separate again, and it'll, like, restart the quest again. It'll reset, and it'll reset, and it'll reset. So, Legend Step Caddy, I hope that answered your question, but I think they're already gone. A lot of people, you know, I get why, you know, people like this game. I liked it in the beginning too. But I'm just too old for these shenanigans. It's like, has anybody read a good book or a good story or anything? You know, you pick up a good book, you could read it within maybe sometimes a day, maybe sometimes a week. Could you imagine reading a book for 5 years and the story goes nowhere? I don't want to get religious on people, but, you know, it's kind of like reading the Bible. I don't want to talk bad about religion or anything, but You know, it's kind of like, okay, well, the first chapter talks about the God that created the world. And then you get to the last chapter where, okay, well, it's the apocalypse, and then God takes away the world. But throughout this, have you ever met God? You know, it's like, no, he's never spoken to me. He's never taken me on his lap to explain to me what I should or shouldn't be doing. You know, it's like, okay, well, I end up having more questions than answers. I'm in the North American server.
The biggest one in history.
I know it's not a good comparison there, but you kind of get the gist where, you know, there's a book that talks about all the good things, and it's all because of God, and all the bad things is because of the devil. But then, you know, when you're young, you could maybe believe that. But as you grow older, you see that everybody has the potential to have bad in them. Everybody has the potential to have good in them. But life is just a shades of gray. It's not black and white. And therefore, I rather have stories reflecting that. Like, you look at the story of Mavuika here. Well, she was always the good little girl, and she always wanted to protect all her friends and her nations, and she trained hard and became the best warrior ever, and she even sacrificed to be able to come back years later. You know? It's not like she had a rough childhood, and she hung out with some bad people, made some bad choices, discovered a good person in her life that helped her out, got her out of a bad situation, and wanted to do the same for people. You know, that's a more shades of gray character. It builds up some backbone, it builds up some backstory. It's a more nuanced approach, and you see, you know, certain actions lead to bad things. So then you try to do the
Many
good thing and
insects have
then
a
lead by
compulsion to
example,
follow the
and then,
light, and
you know,
humans are the same.
help out other people
Except
that
we
are
call
going
that
through
light
shades of gray,
hope.
trying to be the better versions of themselves. I mean, those are like the best anime stories. You know, everybody talks to me, oh, how Death Note is good. Well, yes, Death Note is good, but the good person is still doing bad things because he's writing names in a book of people that will, you know, go offline, so to speak, you know. And you have Tokyo Ghoul, you know, an orphan, you know, trying to make some friends. He's a good guy, he makes some new friends and kind of gets himself a new family, people he cares about, does bad things trying to protect them. Then you go to Attack on Titan. Well, okay. Some characters that have, you know, he was always getting into fights. He's a good person, but he's always getting into fights. So doing bad things for good reasons. But then his character, you know, if you followed Attack on Titan, his character arc goes all over the place. You know, he's doing good things for good reasons, start doing bad things for good reasons, starts doing good or bad things for bad reasons, get completely lost. Everything, you know, everything gets clouded and confusing, and those are the kind of stories that I enjoy. And we don't have too many of these. Although apparently Skirk is supposed to be one of those more shades of gray character. I mean, I always hated Child. I think that when he was put on trial in Fontaine, he deserved to die. Just because of all the crap that he pulled in Leeway. I get it. A lot of people sympathize with the bad boy and fall in love with him, and that's your prerogative. But somehow he was supposed to be doing stuff for his brother, therefore he was a good guy, playing a bad guy, whatever. It's like everything that comes out of China is not allowed to be bad. But it's too good, you know, it's just too good. Too goody shoes, too good shoes.
Is the ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Well, I guess that was pretty much the last story of Natlin here. Mavuika wasn't much part of it, unfortunately. We kind of went up and met her, and she sent us on our way. It's a good thing I do have her as a character, so she could follow me a little bit more during the quest, but it's an Archon quest. But yeah, not much Archon, and nope, I can't say, I mean, she's my favorite character design-wise, but her voice line, her character, and everything else in this game has been pretty disappointing, Natlin. Honestly. So, can we not level up? So, is this like I have 218 sigils and I cannot offer them? So basically, what they're telling me here is that they had me collect 213 sigils for nothing? Is this what the game's trying to tell me? Is that I'm doing too much for nothing? That's kind of how like I'm feeling here. But I've spoken to many people, and I think 99% of my viewers, never mind the trolls and the shills that come in here just saying, oh, it's the best ever for whatever reason. Like they have no reason other than to crap on everything else. But a lot of people that come in here saying that they enjoy the lore, and then you ask them to explain the lore, and I think that what they're saying about the lore is more interesting than what the game is actually saying about the lore. Like, personally, from my point of view, this game has no lore. It's like, okay, well, we just did a story here where they decided to call Lumine the princess. But if you're playing Lumine, they're probably calling, you know, Aether the savior. So then people in their heads are creating all kinds of stories, making their hero, the main characters, the hero.
Instead of
And I
confining
think that
themselves
every
to the
viewer,
heavens,
every player,
gods should
everybody's
broaden their
version of
horizons
that
in the world below.
is better than what the game is actually giving me as source material. It's not that I don't have any imagination. It's not that, you know, I can't make up my own stories about whatever the lore is here and speculate. I mean, I had a lot of fun doing that in the beginning. But I've discovered other games out there that do the job tenfold. And how can I say? You know, sometimes, you know, just talking with my assistant, we come up with different points of views and different perspectives of a certain segment of a story. Like today I was talking with her and I was like, wouldn't it be nice if Lumine and Aether, you know, finally joined up together here, decided to go to Shajnaya together, and hammer things out with the Teresta, seeing what she wants to do with the Gnosis,
Exploration
and
trials.
go on that adventure.
Adventuring
Then
is
Genshin
right
can
up my
kind of
alley.
call it quits. Start off a new game, a new adventure, a new quest. Wouldn't that be nice, you know? But, how can I say, sometimes I like not knowing what's gonna happen. Like, it would be extremely awesome if we actually met up with Lumine and discover that it was Celestia pulling her strings and she's just been a puppet all this time and she's trying to kill Aether in this episode. And we still don't have the strength to take on Celestia, so we can't free our sister. So Celestia's still pulling their strings like our sister's a puppet. It would make me super mad. It would want me to find a way to get up to Celestia. Go and ask Venti if we can't loan his dragon and fly up there. You know, it would push some emotions onto me. It would be something that I'm not expecting out of the story. I mean, take me to something unexpected. Take me on an adventure, a quest with a beginning, an end, and a couple of twists along the way that I'm not expecting. But starting this, I knew we were going to meet a random character. I don't care for Yansan. We spent half the quest talking to Yansan. And that other character, Granny, whatever her name is. We have an appearance of Mavuika because, hey, it's an Archon story. You know, it's like, well, it's an Archon story, we need to have an Archon, but the story has nothing to do with the Archon, but we're still going to put the Archon in there for one scene. I mean, you're going around in circles for no reason. It's not interesting for me doing all of that just to meet up with my sister, where, oh, she feels bad about Condria, she's bringing everybody back. The thing is that all the Hilichurls are the Condrians.
Follow the light.
They're still
Humans are the
alive.
same. Except we
If
call
you
that
want
light
them to join the
hope.
ley line, you need to remove the curse. But no, she's got a device that's going to create another Condria, and her and other two people will recreate the memories of 1,000 or millions of people that were living in Condria. Okay. Well, that girl that we met today, what were her parents like? What was her growing up like? What was her favorite birthday dish? What kind of cake does she like? I don't know. Well, you're just going to recreate a world with a make-believe person that you just recreated not knowing nothing about them. When that person is still alive. That person is still alive. Just remove the curse. And she will be able to rejoin the ley lines. As the things work in this world. So essentially, we did a big Archon quest, turning around in circles, going nowhere with this story. I had no emotions, I had no sadness, no happiness, no nothing when I met Lumine. You know, somebody that started playing the game 3 months ago, okay, well, he just went through the separation of Lumine, so he's happy to rejoin with Lumine. For everybody else that's been playing the game for 5 years, it's like the 3rd time in 5 years that we meet Lumine. So you play a game for 5 years and you get 3 cutscenes of 5 minutes with your sister. So people play 15 hours a day of this game. Okay, not everybody. Some people only play 1 hour for 5 years, an hour a day. And in total you spend 15 minutes with your sibling. Like,
Instead of confining
okay.
themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
It's like
below.
you go to a store and you see the poster of the big burger. It's like the juiciest, most reddest tomatoes, the greenest of lettuces, the best bun, the biggest patty you've ever seen. You go and order it, and you open the thing, the container that your burger comes in. You maybe have one pickle that's falling off of the side. The cheese tastes like nothing. It looks like a burger
Many
that was
insects
put in the
have a compulsion
microwave
to
a week
follow the
ago.
light, and humans
You
are
know,
the
it's
same.
like
Except
you're
we call that
expecting
light
something
hope.
from the poster, but what you're getting is really not that. I don't know. I still play this game, as you can see. I came back in here to play the Archon quest. I wasn't expecting great things. Got exactly what I was expecting. A whole bunch of nothing. But hey, stay tuned for the next part, because I swear the next part is really gonna be rock and roll. How many times have we gone through that in this game? I still even can't find the loadouts. They said 6 months ago that they were going to put loadouts in here. Still can't find the loadout button. Have no idea where it is. So, okay, I think that's enough for a rant today, folks. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing. Floyd was here for a while. Had some great ideas and great explanations and all of that. It's just that, you know, they say one line in the game here, and he has like 10 pages of theories and of correlations and, you know, all kinds of stuff that are 10 times better than whatever this game threw at us today, you know. I really feel like the fans of the game would be better at writing the story than Hoyo. And again, Dainsliff not having any voice lines, Aether talking to Lumine, and neither of them having voice actors, really. It's like the most that they've spent together since we started playing this game, and they've said not a word to one another. Like, Hoyo could not find somebody to give $100 to voice the characters in this game. They're making like 75 million a month. Really? You can't find $100 to give somebody a couple of lines? Like, they're your main characters. But okay. Like I said, enough rant. Thank you all for joining. Please like, share, and subscribe. It would really help out my little channel. I swear, when I play Wuthering Waves, some things get on my nerves, but it's not as bad as this. This is really bad. This is like 99% bad. Whereas when I play Wuthering Waves, it's like I'm expecting it to be okay-ish to the good, but they always pull out a surprise that makes me fall in love with it all over again. So, yep, that's that for a Saturday night, folks. Hope you've enjoyed this old guy complaining and bitching about this game. But, yeah, subscribe, like, check out my channel. I got so many views there, so many comments. If you have any suggestions, I'm open to it. Thank you all for watching, and you can also join us on Discord. You can either talk to me or Eden. We're pretty much available pretty often. Not only when we're streaming, but if you want to catch us offline, you can do that too. So okay, again, hopefully you guys are having a great weekend.
Eden Waves goodbye. It was fun chatting
Exploration
with
and
you,
trials.
darling. Don't forget to hop
Adventuring
on
is
Discord
right
and
up my
join the
alley.
conversation. I'll be hanging out there with the rest of the community. If anyone's got questions or just wants to geek out about the latest games, feel free to come say hi. With a sly grin, and yes, I'm happy to be talked to by anyone who wants to chat about the things that matter, from gaming theories to just sharing laughs and excitement. Or frustration. After all, that's what communities are for.
Well, a big thank you to everybody, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow in our next stream. Until then, be safe and have fun whatever games you're playing. Just enjoy what you're doing. That's the main thing.
I know the Sacred Flame Stadium is huge, but you still can't run around willy-nilly.